Chapter 31. Seeing that the little girl finally ate something, Lin Qiao was slightly relieved. But she couldn't just eat strawberries, she had to find other food for her. Since she didn't plan to return it for the time being, she had to find food for her first. She also had to find a few sets of clothes for herself. And she had to find a way to change the current condition of her body. It wasn't a good idea to be so stiff all the time. And her level seemed to be a bit low, and her strength was too weak. She had to improve her strength. Otherwise, if she encountered a level 5 zombie leader or a psychic above level 5, she would be completely abused. Or there was still time to hide in the space. She just didn't know how to improve her strength. Was she going to kill zombies and take their cores like other zombies? But she didn't seem to have any reaction to the level 3 intelligent zombies core. Or should she kill people to take their cores? But she couldn't just kill people. If the target was a bad person. In this post-apocalyptic world. There were really a lot of bad people. Was it Lu Tianyu one? And the ones who harmed her to death? If Lin Qiao returned to her original strength, she wouldn't have to worry about Lin Yong and the others. She could directly fight with them, and there might be a chance of winning. In short, if she wanted to go to the south to find her family, she had to improve her strength first, otherwise she didn't know what she would encounter on the way. In this world, zombies weren't the only scary things. Thinking about it, Lin Qiao wanted to turn around and leave the space, but she suddenly thought of the helpless and wronged expression on Xiao Budian's face when she came in. She felt that she might be bored or annoyed by being alone. Why not catch that rabbit for her to play with? But although the rabbit was small, it seemed to be very fierce. It would bite, right? She moved her ears and carefully listened to the movements in the grass around her. She sniffed again. Then she confirmed the location of the rabbit. Lin Qiao stood up, turned around, and walked slowly into the grass. Wu Yueling looked at her curiously, not knowing what she was going to do. After a while, she saw Lin Qiao come out with the rabbit. Lin Qiao grabbed the soft hair behind the rabbit's neck, and the rabbit shrunk its hind legs. Its 2 front paws were still holding the half-eaten strawberry, and its ears were drooping. Its 2 red eyes were wide open. She walked in front of Wu Yueling and extended the rabbit in front of her. Wu Yueling looked up at her, then at the rabbit. His expression was a little dazed and confused. Was this for her? She didn't want it. This rabbit was so ugly. No. Wu Yueling took a few glances at the rabbit and suddenly twisted her face, looking disgusted. Lin Qiao, who sensed her thoughts, was speechless. Didn't they say that little girls like furry animals? Who said that? Come out. Although the rabbit was a little gray, it wasn't ugly. His eyes were round and his ears were long. Her teeth weren't so big that they were about to protrude. She was clearly quite cute. Lin Qiao looked at the rabbit in front of her and confirmed that it was still very cute. Then, he stretched his hand out in front of Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling still turned her face away, not even looking at him. She continued to nibble on her strawberries. Lin Qiao put the rabbit down and poked Wu Yueling's head. The child hadn't washed his hair for many days. The ponytail on his head was loose and had a layer of grease on it. After being poked by her, Wu Yueling looked up at her. Lin Qiao pointed at the sky and then at herself. Then she disappeared. She did this to tell her that she would do the same before leaving next time. Wu Yueling saw Lin Qiao suddenly disappear and was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes turned red and her mouth pouted. She looked around in a panic but didn't see Lin Qiao. Maybe she was used to the previous experiences, but she still didn't see Lin Qiao after a few glances. After making sure that she had really left, Wu Yueling calmed down again. She continued to nibble on her strawberry silently and finally finished the whole strawberry. After finishing, she looked down at the remaining strawberry on the ground. She sat down and picked up another one to continue eating. After Lin Qiao left the space, she looked at the strawberry field. The moonlight shone on the ground like a faint layer of silver. Strawberries couldn't be kept in the space for long after they were picked. She wondered if the seedlings could be planted in the space. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao immediately bent down in the strawberry field and began to dig at the roots of a strawberry with her claws. She didn't know how to plant, so she could only dig out the whole strawberry with the soil. Then she threw it directly into the space. Fortunately, her claws were very useful, so it was easy for her to dig. But because her body was not very flexible, her movements were very slow. After an hour, the entire strawberry field had been hollowed out by Lin Qiao. After digging up dozens of strawberries, Lin Qiao finally stopped. Then her figure flashed and she entered the space. As soon as she entered, she found that the strawberry plants were thrown in the middle of the grass, and the grass there was crushed. Wu Yueling was holding the last 2 strawberries at this time and was far away. Because the strawberries that Lin Qiao threw in were still full of strawberries. These strawberries hadn't been picked or washed, so there was no need to talk about the stench. It immediately made the air in this place stinky. Lin Qiao didn't mind the stench. She slowly separated these strawberries one by one. Then she began to dig holes in the grass in the space and directly planted these strawberries. This series of actions also took her a long time to complete. After she finally finished planting the strawberries, she stood up and looked at Wu Yueling's figure. She found that she had already run to the other side of the lake, and was curled up in a ball sleeping on the grass. Lin Qiao suddenly patted her forehead. She should have gotten something to sleep on first. But in the end, she forgot about it. Looking at the little one sleeping on the grass like this, she looked so pitiful. Lin Qiao went to the lake to wash her hands, and washed all the mud off her hands. Then she looked at the strawberries behind her, and they were all lishless. They had to be watered in a while. Her figure flashed and she exited the space, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. She saw that there seemed to be a house not far away. It should be the place where the owner of this strawberry field lived before the end of the world. She lifted her feet and walked towards the house. After a while, she reached the front of the house. This was a house with a flat roof, and the doors and windows were already broken. The things in the house had been turned upside down, and it was obvious that it had been ransacked. But that was a long time ago, because now these things were covered with a thick layer of dust. Lin Qiao walked in and looked inside. There weren't many things here, and basically everything that could be used had been taken away. She wandered around in the bedroom and living room, but she couldn't even find a broken quilt. She found a dusty mat, and it was a bamboo mat. But because it was a bamboo mat, it didn't spoil after being left for so long. Chapter 32. She took the mat out of the house and hung it on the railing outside. Then, Lin Qiao looked around and broke off a branch with a leaf on it. She patted the mat hard with the leaves, and the dust on it immediately flew all over the sky. Lin Qiao subconsciously covered her nose, and the hand holding the branch stretched far away. She patted and swept. After a while, she saw that there was no more dust flying. She stopped and turned back into the house. There was only one house nearby. Apart from the mat, she also found some old clothes, some of which were already rotten. But fortunately, there were still 2 that could be worn. Although they were all male, Lin Qiao, who was already naked, didn't care about the difference between men and women. She shook the dust again. Finally, Lin Qiao found some pots, bowls, ladles and so on. Anyway, as long as it was useful, she threw it into the space. Beds, tables, stools, chairs and sofas were all thrown in. But not much. After seeing that she had moved all the things in this house, Lin Qiao turned back into the space. Originally, there was only grass in the space, and she didn't care about it when she was alone. Anyway, she just needed to lie down on the ground and she could fall asleep. Although zombies didn't seem to need to sleep. But now there was a child living in her space, and she couldn't let the child sleep on the ground. He had a blanket as a cushion before, but now the blanket had been torn apart by her. Fortunately, this strawberry field used to be inhabited, and the owner's things were not all broken. After Lin Qiao moved all the things in, she piled them up in another place far away from the strawberry field. After she came in, she began to be busy again. She swept the dust, wiped the dust, and washed the things. Anyway, she just took a rag and wet it with the lake water. Then she wiped the beds, tables, and chairs, and washed the pots, bowls, ladles, and so on. After washing, she dragged the wooden bed to a flat place, and then used her hands to pick a lot of grass and spread it on the bed. Then she spread the bamboo mat on the grass. After doing all this, she went around to the other side of the lake. She gently picked up Wu Yueling, who was still asleep, and then walked back. Then she put her on the bed. Wu Yueling lay on the bed and didn't wake up. She just unconsciously curled up into a ball. Lin Qiao picked up an adult's shirt, shook it clean, and put it on her. She then turned around and took the other clothes to the lake to wash them. After washing them, she spread them out on the grass to cool them. After being busy for a while, Lin Qiao finally finished cleaning up. Then she took a bucket and went to water the strawberries. Lin Qiao, who had been busy, didn't realize that her movements had become much more agile. His body was no longer as stiff as before. After watering, Lin Jizai sat on the only rotten sofa to rest. Although she really didn't feel tired, it seemed that the more she did, the more energetic she became. She just suddenly finished her work, had nothing to do, so she just sat there. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she closed her eyes and sensed the situation outside. When he found nothing out of the ordinary, he got off the sofa and left the space. It was already bright outside. She had been busy all night cleaning up the furniture and whatnot. She doesn't know if the strawberries she dug into the space will come back to life. In fact, Lin Qiao wasn't sure about this. After getting out of the space, Lin Qiao began to bypass the area where Wu Qingyue was. She planned to go into the city first and see if there was a bookstore or a big supermarket. Maybe she could find a map there. She still casually put on a loose shirt, although it was unwashed. But for Lin Qiao, who was a zombie, wearing it didn't have any psychological barriers. After getting out of the space, Lin Qiao noticed that her body seemed to be a lot more relaxed. She also found that her movements could be flexible and she could do whatever she wanted. It seemed that the effect of the lightning strike had passed. Lin Qiao shook hands. She didn't know why, but she faintly had a strange feeling. It seemed that after being struck by lightning this time, her strength seemed to have increased a lot. She thought and immediately stopped. Looking at a tree on the side of the road, she hesitantly walked over. Standing under the tree, Lin Qiao showed her claws. The dark claws were sharp, shining with a metallic luster. She glanced at the branch on the tree that was more than 3 meters tall and as thick as an arm. She suddenly jumped over and fiercely slashed at the branch. Pa, hua la hua sha. The sound of wood falling to the ground was followed by the sound of rustling leaves. Lin Qiao looked at the branch that she had cut off. The part that was cut off was smooth and neat. It didn't look like she had cut it off with her nails at all. It looked like she had used a very fast and sharp knife to cut it off at once. But she looked at her own claws. The length was only about 10 centimeters, not very long. And the cut on this branch was about 4 centimeters in diameter. How could her claws cut such a smooth cut? Because her nails weren't long enough. And when she used her claws to cut it just now, she didn't seem to feel that her nails had touched anything. But the tree branch was indeed cut off. Lin Xiao stared at her claws for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. She stood up and stepped on the tree branch. She stretched out her claws and slashed at the branch behind the tree branch. This time, she felt something. It was as if a few rays of light flashed in her claws. Before her claws could touch these tree branches, they seemed to have been cut by an air blade and then broken in advance. So useful. Lin Xiao looked at her claws and her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the main branch of the tree, which was about as thick as a thin woman's waist. She thought for a moment and raised her hand. She swung her claws hard and swung them at the tree branch. Cha! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Xiao looked at the 4 deep scratches on the tree branch, and her eyes lit up. She leaned over and sized up the depth of the scratches. She found that among the 4 scratches, the one on her index finger was the deepest. She had already cut off 2/3 of the tree branch. Lin Xiao raised her hand, pressed the tree branch on top of her claws, and pushed hard. She was very strong. When the tree was pushed by her, there was only a "kacha" sound. The entire tree slowly fell backwards. She retracted her hand and turned around in satisfaction. She walked towards the city. It seemed that the attack power of her claws had increased again. Not long after she walked out, she suddenly smelled a few different auras. A few humans and a very powerful zombie. Lin Xiao's sharp senses told her that this zombie was probably at the peak of level 4 or above. And she was a little familiar with the auras of those humans. Weren't they the superhumans who wanted to stop her during the day yesterday? Chapter 33. A burst of flames soared into the sky. The fire wasn't too conspicuous in the daytime. However, the burning flames leaped up high. There were traces of fire all around. Xie Dong and the other 4 stood in a group, desperately using their abilities to deal with the zombies in front of them. At this moment, the 5 of them looked very embarrassed, and their eyes revealed despair. A level 4, a level 3, and 3 level 2 ability users. This was originally not a simple team. If they were outside the base, even if they encountered a level 4 ability zombie, they would still have the power to fight it. However, this time, they did not encounter a level 4, but a level 5. Because the 5 of them were surrounded by a large number of ordinary zombies. And these ordinary zombies were all controlled, desperately rushing towards the group of humans. They opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with the desire for food. They stretched out their hands into claws, wanting to come forward and tear these humans apart. Xie Dong and the other 4 had their backs against each other, forming a circle and throwing out ability attacks at the zombies that rushed over. With the help of Huang Zhao's wind ability, Xie Dong turned his fire ability into a circle of fire, trapping them inside the firewall. As long as the zombies approached, they would immediately be caught by the firewall and burned. On the other side of the zombie horde, a skinny figure stood there, his eyes flashing with wild sharpness and cold killing intent. This was the appearance of a man in his 40s or 50s, but his body had changed too much. One could only vaguely see his age before he died. It was impossible to tell what he looked like. At this moment, both of its eyes were pitch black, but there was an obvious red light flashing in the middle. It was like the pupils of a beast, firm and determined. Its back was bent, and it stood there with its legs upright. Its hanging hands were somewhat deformed. Its hands became huge, and its 5 fingers were twice as long as a normal person. Its sharp nails were 3 centimeters long. It looked incomparably hard. This zombie's face, in addition to its black eyes, had an infrared glow, and its mouth was also cracked to the ears. But at this time, it did not open its mouth, so only a rough crack could be seen. However, there were stains of fresh blood on this mouth. It calmly looked at the 5 humans in the encirclement of zombies. Its eyes did not have the strong desire of other zombies. This was a level 5 zombie leader. A zombie leader of this level could not only control hundreds of ordinary zombies, but also make them act according to their orders. It could also control a small number of intelligent zombies. Take the 2 beside it for example. The aura of a level 5 zombie was very strong, so the intelligent zombies next to it didn't dare to go against its will. Otherwise, they would be torn to shreds and have their corpse cores eaten. At this time, Xia Dong and the others saw the calm zombie in front of them. He also recognized that it was a level 5 zombie leader. Their eyes were filled with despair, but they were unwilling to persevere. While madly attacking the ordinary zombies outside the firewall, they were also thinking of ways to escape. But they all knew that there was no way for them to escape the pursuit of this level 5 zombie. There were originally more than 10 people, but now there were only 5 of them who were relatively strong. The others had already been torn apart and eaten by a large number of zombies. At this moment, Xia Dong regretted not forcing everyone to follow the army. Instead, he left with them. Well, now his premonition was correct. It turned out that the dangerous feeling of being targeted was brought by this level 5 zombie. The 5 of them didn't speak because it was useless to say anything now. A trace of darkness flashed in Huang Zhao's eyes. He faintly glanced at Xia Dong who was beside him. Then he gave the others a look, and the other 3's eyes immediately flashed a trace of understanding. At this time, Xia Dong also couldn't hold on anymore. He had used too much of his ability, and at this time, his energy core was showing signs of drying up. But he didn't dare to stop, because as soon as he stopped, as long as he stopped, the others wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 30 seconds, and they would be torn apart by the zombies that pounced on them. Moreover, the zombie leader didn't even make a move. Not to mention the zombie leader, even the intelligent zombies around it. They just stood there and watched quietly, waiting for their side to die of exhaustion. I can't hold on anymore. My energy is almost exhausted. We have to find a way to hold on. Although Xia Dong's tough face was still calm, his face was a little pale. Sweat seeped out of his forehead and dripped down. At this time, Huang Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed, and he secretly nodded to the other 3. Then he turned his head to Xia Dong and said, I have a way to temporarily hold on. But when Xia Dong heard this, his heart was filled with joy. He really thought that Huang Zhao had a way. He quickly asked, what way? A trace of mockery flashed on Huang Zhao's face. He smiled and said, the way is to use you as a shield. As he said this, he suddenly withdrew his ability, and then suddenly turned around and kicked out. He directly kicked the unprepared Xia Dong away. Then the 4 of them suddenly grabbed each other's hands, and then suddenly disappeared from where they stood. When the surrounding zombies saw Xia Dong suddenly being kicked out, their movements paused for a moment, and then they all rushed towards the unprepared Xia Dong. Huang Zhao and the others took advantage of this moment, and in the blink of an eye, entered one of the other people's space. After Xia Dong was kicked out, his face changed, and became extremely ugly. He never thought that he would be betrayed by his teammates. But fortunately, his reaction was top-notch, and he had been in the special forces before. The moment he was kicked out, he quickly rolled in the air, and the flames in his hand shrank, and then quickly wrapped himself into a fireball. The zombies that rushed towards him immediately burned when they came into contact with his flames. Huang Zhao. Xia Dong gritted his teeth and said Huang Zhao's name. His voice was filled with intense hatred and disbelief. He knew that Huang Zhao was not happy with him, but he did not think that the other party would go to this extent of betraying him. He actually wanted him to die in the mouths of these zombies. And among them, there was actually a spatial ability user. And it was a space that could bring people in. But he did not know about it at all. Those people usually sided with Huang Xiao, and they were all on his side. It was fine if they did not let him know that they had spatial abilities, but he did not expect them to actually work together to push him out. To think that he had risked his life to protect these people, each and every one of them were ungrateful and ungrateful. Xie Dong suddenly felt that Huang Xiao and the others must have been waiting for him to run out of energy before they made their move. Because this was the only way he would definitely die. The other party had been scheming against him all along. No wonder when he used his ability to cooperate with him just now, he did not feel his full strength. He didn't feel Huang Xiao's full strength, and he thought that Huang Xiao's ability was almost exhausted. Now that he thought about it, it was probably not the case. Chapter 34. Lin Qiao came to a tree from afar and directly entered the space. Then she closed her eyes in the space and sensed the situation outside. She knew that the level 5 zombie had sensed her existence, so she directly entered the space. The level 5 zombie leader just glanced in her direction and didn't pay any more attention to her. Instead, it continued to look at Xie Dong. It wanted the energy core of this human, and this human's flesh was also delicious. It had been watching them for a few days, and this time, it finally made a move and forced these humans here. It was originally prepared to make a move yesterday, but a large group of humans suddenly appeared. Moreover, there were metahumans who were stronger than it, so it did not dare to make a move. That was why it endured until now. Fortunately, the two humans who were stronger than it did not notice it. At this time, Xie Dong was thinking of a way to break through the encirclement of this zombie group. He was a little confused at this time. Even if a zombie group suddenly appeared, there were still 2 intelligent zombies. Even if he killed these 2 intelligent zombies, there was still a zombie leader. What should he do to escape from the other party's attack? Xie Dong only had a fire ability, he could not fly or burrow underground. Even if his ability was exhausted, he still had his martial arts. He could still use his fists and feet to deal with 2 intelligent zombies without abilities. But against the zombie leader that only had an ability and could control other zombies, he was powerless. At this moment, the zombie leader seemed to be getting impatient. It growled at the 2 intelligent zombies beside it. Roar dash, the 2 intelligent zombies immediately jumped out from its side and ran straight at Xie Dong. They moved extremely fast, their bodies nimbly rushed out of the zombie group, and then jumped up, directly jumping on the heads of the ordinary zombies that were densely packed together, stepping on their heads and rushing towards Xie Dong. Xie Dong was shocked when he saw these 2 finally making a move. It seemed that the zombie leader did not want to wait any longer. The 2 intelligent zombies didn't seem to be afraid of his flames. They fiercely pounced towards Xie Dong. Xie Dong hurriedly threw 2 fireballs at the 2 intelligent zombies. However, the 2 intelligent zombies dodged Xie Dong's fireball with great agility. At the same time, they appeared in front of Xie Dong, flashing their sharp claws towards Xie Dong, who was wrapped in a thin layer of flames. Because Xie Dong had used some of his energy to condense the fireball, the flames on his body had already weakened a lot. If he was directly grabbed by the intelligent zombie, the other party's sharp claws would directly crush his flames. At this moment, the zombie leader still felt that it wasn't enough. It suddenly stretched out its hand and opened its fingers into a claw shape. He waved his hand at Xie Dong. A chill surged in the surroundings, followed by hailstones falling from the sky. It smashed into Xie Dong. When these hailstones hit Xie Dong's body, they were melted by the flames on his body. But at the same time, it also sucked away the fire in his body. Moreover, the surrounding temperature dropped, unexpectedly suppressing the fire on Xie Dong's body. Xie Dong's chest tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But before he could react, the two intelligent zombies had already grabbed him. He quickly rolled on the ground, and then, ignoring the scratches on his body, he dashed forward. He forcefully smashed an opening in the group of zombies and rushed out. There was a building there, which happened to be a big supermarket. There should be a warehouse inside, so he could temporarily hide in it. Even if he died, he didn't want to become food in the mouths of the zombies. He also didn't want the level 5 zombie to take out his energy crystal and absorb its energy. While Xie Dong ran, he looked at the level 5 zombie leader. The two intelligent zombies behind him, after failing to pounce on him, immediately turned around and quickly chased after him. When the two of them were behind him, Xie Dong fiercely threw 2 fireballs at them. Then he used both hands to take down the rifle that was always on his back. He fired 2 shots at the 2 intelligent zombies. Bang, 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 he raised the rifle, and the bullets hit the zombies beside him quickly and accurately. 1 shot to the head, incomparably accurate. When the intelligent zombies were hit by the fireballs, they were stunned for a moment. When they reacted, Xie Dong's bullets had already hit their heads. No matter what, he used to be an elite soldier. If it wasn't for the fear of the level 5 zombie, he wouldn't have left it to the end. But now that his ability had been used up, he could only take out his last resort. The level 5 zombie saw that its 2 subordinates were killed, and Xie Dong also rushed out of the group of zombies. It finally moved again. As soon as Xie Dong saw the level 5 zombie move, he immediately fired 2 shots at its position. Then he quickly ran into the building, his figure nimbly running in the direction of the warehouse. The speed of the level 5 zombie wasn't something that a human could accurately see, so Xie Dong fired 2 shots at it. It was simply impossible to hit the zombie leader. It turned into a beast-like shadow, and in a flash, it rushed towards the building in front of Xie Dong. Seeing Xie Dong's figure running into the building, his speed was very slow in the eyes of the zombie leader. So it wasn't in a hurry to directly pounce on Xie Dong and bite him to death. Instead, it was like a cat playing with a mouse. It fiercely rushed in front of Xie Dong, blocking his way. When Xie Dong saw it blocking in front of him, he calmly raised his gun and shot at it. However, its body just flashed, like a spider crawling on the wall. It wasn't afraid of its bullets at all. When they were fighting, they didn't notice that a transparent shadow suddenly flashed around them. Then the shadow suddenly jumped to Xie Dong's side and grabbed his arm. Then Xie Dong disappeared from where he stood. The zombie leader's figure paused, and his expression froze for a moment. Then he blinked his eyes with a dumbfounded face, and then reacted. He angrily opened his mouth and roared, "Roar dash!" It fiercely jumped to the place where Xie Dong disappeared, and anxiously circled around. But it still didn't smell Xie Dong's breath, only the smell that he left behind. Roar, roar, roar dash! The zombie leader didn't expect that the meat that was about to be in its mouth would disappear just like that. It angrily jumped around in the same place, and directly used its head to hit here and there, digging a lot of holes in the wall. The aura of its body also rose up in anger, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. A layer of transparent white ice quickly formed on the morning face on the ground. At this moment, if the zombie was a person, it would definitely curse like this, "Fuck. Where's my meat? Who the fuck stole my meat?" But it couldn't speak, so it didn't have human thoughts. It was just that its instinctive wildness and intelligence made it unable to understand what had happened. Woah dash! The zombie leader finally calmed down after tossing and turning for a while. However, it still let out a low roar from its throat, and its voice was extremely stuffy and puzzled. It just couldn't figure out why this human had disappeared. It had clearly observed for a long time and confirmed that this human didn't have the ability to use space. If he did, why didn't he use it earlier? Why wait until now? But he had already disappeared. Chapter 35. Xia Dong was shooting at the level 5 zombie that was crawling all over the wall when he suddenly felt his vision blur. Then the scene in front of him changed drastically. The wall of the broken building was gone. The level 5 zombie was gone. What the hell were these grass and this lake? Before he could figure out what was going on in front of him, he suddenly turned around vigilantly and pointed his gun at the figure standing not far from him. Zombie. Xia Dong was stunned for a moment and then subconsciously fired at the zombie. Bang dash, Lin Qiao only slightly shook the bullet that was shot at her and grabbed it with her hand. The bullet was caught in her palm. The trajectory of the bullet was very slow in her eyes, so she didn't even need to look and easily caught it. Xia Dong, she actually caught his bullet. This zombie was very strong. However, he couldn't tell what level it was. Xia Dong's heart sank when he saw Lin Qiao easily catch his bullet. Looking at this strange environment, he guessed that this was a space zombie. Before he could confirm the fact, he saw the zombie opposite him throw the bullet at him with a look of disgust. Xia Dong, who was lightly hit in the head by the bullet, was speechless. Huh? What did this zombie mean by looking at him with disgust and disdain? Since when did zombies have such a human-like expression? Wasn't this a little too similar? Although Xia Dong was confused by Lin Qiao's action and looked at her, he didn't let his guard down. He tensed up and stared at Lin Qiao with his gun raised. Then he saw the zombie make a strange gesture. After seeing this gesture, Xia Dong was dumbfounded again. The other party's gesture told him, "Pause, the situation has changed." It wasn't important that he could understand the zombie's meaning. What was important was that the zombie's gesture was the code word gesture in the Special Forces training camp. Even ordinary soldiers might not know the code word gesture. How could a zombie know it? Could it be that this zombie was a Special Forces soldier before she died? Could it be that when she died and became a zombie, she still had her memories of her life? But that was impossible. The infection of the virus would first infect the brain. The nerves in the brain were basically eroded, so they became zombies. They were completely unconscious and only had the instinct to eat human flesh. Even if he leveled up, he wouldn't recover his previous memories. Just as Xia Dong was sizing up Lin Qiao, a stone suddenly flew toward him. It hit Xia Dong's body. Then a small figure suddenly ran in front of Lin Qiao and stood in front of her with open arms. She stared at Xia Dong warily. Xia Dong was speechless. Was he seeing things? Why did he see Leader Wu's precious daughter here? Wu Yueling saw a stranger appear, but this stranger pointed a gun at the zombies. She panicked. She knew that this was a gun, and that this gun could explode a zombie's head. She couldn't let this person smash the zombie's head. Xia Dong stared at Wu Yueling blankly and asked, "You're not. You're. Come here." Suddenly, he anxiously wanted to call Wu Yueling over, because he just realized that there was a man-eating zombie standing behind this child. But before he could finish, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost knelt down. Xia Dong looked at the wound on his body that was scratched by the zombie. He knew that the virus in his body had started to act up. He had been highly focused before, but the appearance of the little girl had disrupted his concentration. As soon as he relaxed, his body immediately reacted to the virus. Xia Dong reluctantly pointed the gun at Lin Qiao and said to Wu Yueling, You come here. That's a zombie. It will eat you." He didn't have the time to think about why this zombie knew the hand signals and code words that only the Special Forces knew. He just wanted the child to leave that dangerous zombie. Although he didn't know why this child was in this zombie space, but it didn't eat her. There were too many questions, and Xia Dong didn't have time to think about it. Who knew that after Wu Yueling heard his words, she would shake her head. She still stood in front of the zombie and didn't move. Lin Qiao looked at Xia Dong's expression and her eyes flashed. She knew that the virus in his body was acting up. When she saw Xia Dong rush out of the zombie crowd, Lin Qiao knew that it was too late to save him. But she didn't have a choice. She couldn't brazenly go out and fight with that level 5 zombie for food. Because she felt that she couldn't beat the level 5 zombie leader. At that time, she was also very anxious, thinking about how to hide her body, in the case of not alarming the zombie leader. She saved Xia Dong. Then, she suddenly entered a very strange state. At that time, she only felt dizzy as if she was about to fall asleep, and then she saw some blurred images. That feeling, it was like a dream, but also like a fantasy. Then when she woke up again, she saw a bullet piercing through the air and flying towards her. Fortunately, her eyes were different from ordinary people. She could clearly see the trajectory of the bullet, and she felt that the speed of the bullet wasn't fast. By the time she reacted, her hand had already caught the bullet faster than her brain could react. She actually shot her with a bullet. Lin Qiao was a little angry at that time, and then she returned the bullet in disgust. Then she made a hand signal that only the special forces knew to him. From Xia Dong's previous battle, she could tell that Xia Dong was a mixed special forces soldier at a glance. So, as she gestured for him to stop for the time being. He just didn't expect Xiao Budian to run out at this time. He even stood in front of her, looking like he wanted to protect her. Lin Qiao was a little surprised. She really didn't expect this. This little guy was afraid that he would be in danger. Although he was small, his courage was not small. Did he run out to block her just because he didn't want her to die? Was she not afraid of death? Lin Qiao felt a little gratified. At least this child had thought of protecting her. He actually thought of protecting her. Who would want to protect a zombie? She gently stretched out her hand and held Wu Yueling's small arm. Then, she walked out from behind Wu Yueling and turned her body slightly to block her. Because Lin Qiao could see that Xia Dong was in the midst of turning into a corpse. At this moment, Xia Dong was struck by an intense and terrifying pain in his brain. He instantly abandoned his concern for Wu Yueling's safety because he couldn't care about himself anymore. The intense pain in his head made him bend over, and the rifle fell from his hand. For a former soldier, a gun was his life. Even the gun had fallen. It could only be said that Xia Dong was in so much pain that he couldn't maintain his consciousness. He clutched his head tightly with both hands and pressed down hard on his head. His body bent down and fell to the ground. His entire body twitched and curled into a ball. Chapter 36. Looking at Xia Dong's expression, Wu Yueling was puzzled. She blankly watched him curl into a ball on the ground and then looked up at Lin Qiao in confusion. His eyes were filled with curiosity and question marks. Lin Qiao pointed at Xia Dong, then at himself. Then, he flicked his fingernails in the air, making a move that only zombies would do. Wu Yueling immediately understood what Lin Qiao meant. She retreated slightly and hid behind Lin Qiao. Only half of its head and a pair of eyes could be seen. Is that person going to turn into a zombie? Would he also become a man-eater? Wu Yueling thought to herself. Suddenly, she felt scared again. Lin Qiao looked at Wu Yueling's rabbit-like eyes and felt speechless. The mind of a child was really hard to understand. Just now, he was standing in front of her fearlessly, but now he was hiding behind her in fear. At this moment, Xia Dong's face was twisted as he screamed in pain. His voice was very painful and miserable, but now no one could stop him from turning into a corpse. Ah! He yelled in pain while gritting his teeth. However, he was unable to squeeze these 3 words out of his mouth. Fortunately, he had finished speaking. He didn't know if the zombies could understand him, and he didn't know if Wu Yueling could hear him. At this moment, he just subconsciously wanted to die quickly and didn't want to endure this kind of pain anymore. After Xie Dong shouted, his expression became even more ferocious. His body was no longer curled up into a ball and twitching. Instead, he suddenly sprang up and began to struggle and roll on the ground. He rolled around on the ground crazily, twisting his body into some abnormal angles. Lin Qiao pushed Wu Yueling back a few steps, her eyes fixed on the man who was turning into a zombie. The veins on Xie Dong's face were bulging, and his mouth was wide open. A mouthful of white teeth was exposed, looking very frightening. But at this moment, there was still a little bit of emotion in his eyes. It was a plea. He looked at Lin Qiao pleadingly. At this time, he already felt that this zombie would not harm people, or else it would not have saved him from the mouth of the level 5 zombie leader. And Wu Yueling wouldn't be standing with her like this without any reason. His last thought was that this zombie could kill him. Lin Qiao looked at Xie Dong, whose eyes were so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. The whites of his eyes started to roll, and his eyeballs started to turn gray. She flicked her sharp claws and rushed out from Wu Yueling's front. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xie Dong, who had already been twisted into a strange shape, and was ready to stab its claws into his skull. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Xie Dong, who had been rolling on the ground, suddenly had a flash in his eyes. Then, his body jerked violently and his head tilted to the side. He actually dodged Lin Qiao's claws, and then his body crawled on the ground like a spider. Using both his hands and feet to prop himself up, he quickly crawled towards the lake. He arrived at the lakeside in no time. With a bounce of his 4 legs, he leaped onto the lakeside. Plop, he actually jumped into the lake by himself. Lin Qiao stood there dumbfounded, still maintaining the posture of stretching out her claws. She looked at the zombie that Xie Dong had turned into. In the blink of an eye, he dodged her attack and jumped into the lake. Lin Qiao immediately rushed to the lakeside and looked at the ripples on the surface of the lake. All the zombies were gone. To be honest, Lin Qiao had never gone into the middle of the lake. She had always been bathing by the lakeside, and she hadn't had the time to go down to the middle of the lake. She didn't know how deep it was, and she didn't know what was inside. Now, she let a newborn zombie go down first. And the zombie that Xie Dong had turned into was also very strange. It was obviously not an ordinary zombie. It looked like it had directly entered the level 1 or 2 stage. Otherwise, it wouldn't have moved so quickly and reacted so quickly. Lin Qiao stood by the lakeside, frowning. This was not good. He let a low-level zombie hide in his space. If there was no one in the space, it would be fine, but the problem was that there was a child here. But she didn't dare to go down to find that zombie. She was afraid that she would go down. It would be troublesome if that thing climbed up from the other side. Lin Qiao felt that she couldn't completely control this space. If she could feel the situation under the lake, it would be better. Because she could only sense the space above the lake, she couldn't sense anything under the lake. Now she could only temporarily guard the space and wait for Xie Dong to come out, because she couldn't let Wu Yueling out of the space. There were zombies outside, it wasn't safer than this one. She returned to Wu Yueling's side, and pointed to the place where the furniture was. She told her to stay there. Wu Yueling also stared at the water curiously. She didn't know what happened to the person who had turned into a zombie in the water. Would he drown? Or could he swim like a fish? Seeing Lin Qiao's gesture, she knew that she couldn't stay here. She didn't dare. So when Lin Qiao raised her hand and pointed to the place where the bed and sofa were, she immediately turned around and walked over there. She also had to make sure that Lin Qiao was also by her side. Lin Qiao followed behind her, looking back at the gradually calming lake as she walked. But just when she thought that Xie Dong would stay under the lake for a long time, Lin Qiao followed Wu Yueling for a few steps. Suddenly, her ears twitched and she stopped. Lin Qiao stopped and turned around to stare at the surface of the lake without blinking. Sure enough, the surface of the lake that was slowly calming down began to surge again. At this moment, the water began to churn slightly again, as if something was about to emerge from the water. In fact, something did come out. It was the Xie Dong zombie that had jumped in not long ago. There was a ripple in the water, and then a figure quietly floated up. It floated motionlessly on the water surface. Lin Qiao. What was going on? Feeling that Lin Qiao stopped behind her, Wu Yueling also stopped. Her senses were very sharp, so Lin Qiao didn't follow behind her. She immediately felt it. She turned around and looked at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao's eyes were staring straight at the lake. Wu Yueling curiously leaned over and stood behind Lin Qiao's legs. She also stuck out her head and looked at the lake. Only then did she see the motionless figure floating on the water surface. Lin Qiao frowned, she didn't know what was going on. Why did Xie Dong become like this after entering the water after turning into a zombie? But she remembered that when she first entered the water, she seemed to have fallen asleep for a long time before waking up. She didn't know if Xie Dong's situation was the same as hers. Lin Qiao thought for a moment, since this guy had already floated up by himself. Then of course she had to go over and take a look. This guy was already in a state where he couldn't move. Then she could just touch him and send him out of the space. Chapter 37. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao immediately turned around and squatted down to look at Wu Yueling. He pointed a finger at her, then at the furniture. Then she told her to go over. Lin Qiao then pointed at herself, then at Xie Dong who had turned into a zombie on the surface of the lake. Then she pointed at the sky. In any case, it was just a series of gestures, wanting Wu Yueling to go over and stay there by herself, not to run around. Then she went to clean up the thing on the surface of the water and shut it out of the space. Wu Yueling looked at her silently for a while. She didn't know if she understood or didn't understand. She didn't go to the place with the bed, but stood in front of Lin Qiao and looked at her eyes. Lin Qiao, at this moment, she could no longer sense Wu Yueling's thoughts. After this child's emotions calmed down, once this child calmed down, Lin Qiao could rarely sense what she was thinking. Seeing that Wu Yueling was only looking at her, Lin Qiao looked back at Xie Dong who was still floating on the surface of the water. She stood up, put her hands on the little one's shoulders, and pushed her back to face the direction of the bed. Then she pushed her a few steps. Wu Yueling then walked forward, but she would look back at Lin Qiao after every 2 steps. Then she continued to walk. Lin Qiao saw that she finally walked forward, then she turned back to the surface of the lake. She carefully stared at Xie Dong's body and sniffed him. Xie Dong was floating with his back facing up, so she couldn't see his face. But Lin Qiao sensed that his breath and smell had changed. It wasn't the original human smell, and it wasn't the smell before he suddenly turned into a zombie and jumped into the water. She felt that Xie Dong's breath was a bit strange. The human smell was gone, and the zombie smell was also very weak. Lin Qiao couldn't tell what kind of ghost Xie Dong was now. Lin Qiao stretched her feet into the water and slowly moved towards Xie Dong. Xie Dong's position wasn't very far from the shore, about 6 or 7 meters away. Lin Qiao had never been so far into the lake, so she was a bit cautious. When she was 3 meters away from the shore, the water was already up to her chest. She immediately kicked her legs and swam over. This was faster than walking in the water. When she swam to Xiaodong's side, she didn't see any changes. Lin Chao thought about it and suddenly felt a little silly. She didn't know when she became so timid, she was a zombie anyway. How could he be afraid of being bitten by this fellow? Not to mention, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to do so. Even if he wanted to, he might not be able to bite himself. When he thought of that, Lin Chao immediately extended his hand towards Xiaodong without fear. She flipped him over and grabbed him by the collar behind his neck with one hand. Then she dragged him to the shore. When they swam ashore, Lin Chao dragged Xiaodong up and casually threw him onto the empty ground on the shore. Only then did she see his face clearly. His face, which was twisted and full of veins, had now returned to normal. It was just that his face was a little pale and green, like the skin color of a normal zombie. Those whose mouths weren't cracked and their noses weren't crooked had their eyes closed. He looked like a normal dead person, and there was no sign of him turning into a zombie. Lin Chao crouched down beside Xiaodong and stared at his face. Then, he silently said, "He looks average. 5 points." Then, she reached out her hands and pinched Xiaodong's teeth. Xiaodong opened his mouth, revealing his teeth. Sure enough, a row of flat teeth had become sharp at this time. Lin Chao sniffed and realized that Xiaodong's mouth didn't have the stench that a zombie should have. Letting go of his teeth, Lin Chao looked at Xiaodong's hands. His fingernails hadn't grown out yet, but the bones of his fingers had already changed. They were curved like hooks. She looked at Xiaodong's wounds, which were originally festering. Now there was a faint dark green color, which was obviously a virus reaction. He had indeed turned into a zombie. Looking at it, she realized that Xiaodong had indeed turned into a zombie. Lin Chao thought about how to get rid of him. Should she throw him out? He might become a zombie, but not get shot in the head by a human. He might be torn apart by other high-level zombies, or he might wander around and finally evolve into a high-level zombie. Then he would be killed by someone. Or should she directly stab his head with her claws? Then go out and dig a hole to bury him, so that he could rest in peace. Lin Chao felt that it was better to bury him. Thinking about it, Lin Chao closed her eyes and looked outside. Then, she realized that this method couldn't be used. Because the level 5 zombie was still guarding in the same place, as if waiting for her to go out. Unless she entered that wandering soul state again, she couldn't leave with the space. Lin Chao tried hard to think about the feeling when she entered that strange state. She remembered that at that time, because she had been staring at the situation outside with her eyes closed, and then she was highly concentrated on thinking about how to sneak in and save Xiaodong. Then she inexplicably entered that wandering soul state of half asleep and half awake. Lin Chao still remembered that the first time she had a dream, so she ran with the space to the strawberry field in the space. But why did she have to have a dream? If she didn't have a dream, why did she have to be in that wandering soul state? Couldn't she just do it with a clear mind? Why was this space so difficult to deal with? Lin Chao felt that she needed to slowly study the function of this space. But now, how could she throw Xiaodong out? The zombie leader outside was guarding like a tiger watching its prey. Maybe as soon as she appeared, it would rush out. Lin Chao was in a dilemma. She found that she could throw dead things out like this, or throw them in from the outside. But she couldn't throw people or zombies. She could only bring them out and in together. Just when Lin Chao was squatting beside Xiaodong, Xiaodong's tranquil breath suddenly surged. Lin Chao immediately stood up and took a few steps back. Then she saw Xiaodong, who was lying on the ground, move his eyelids and open his eyes. They were not grayish-white eyes, nor were they pitch-black eyes like Lin Qiao's that had no sclera. They were a pair of normal eyes, black pupils and normal sclera. But the pupils were different from normal people's eyes. They weren't a little round in the middle, but firm. These didn't matter, the important thing was that after this guy opened his eyes, he looked at the gray sky in Lin Qiao's eyes with a blank face, and then blinked his eyes. Suddenly, he sat up and stared at Lin Qiao vigilantly. Lin Qiao was speechless. What the fuck is going on now? Why was this zombie staring at her with a vigilant face? Before she could figure it out, Xie Dong's expression changed again. His eyes flashed a few times, and actually calmed down slowly. The vigilance in his eyes also disappeared. Lin Qiao looked at this zombie with a confused expression. Didn't look like it. Human. Didn't look like it either. What did this guy turn into? Just when Lin Qiao was guessing what he had turned into, Xie Dong moved his mouth. Lin Qiao was speechless. Forgive her for not hearing what he said at all. But, she could sense his thoughts. Xie Dong said, so hungry. Chapter 38. Looking at a tall and strong man shouting at him that he was hungry with a blank face, Lin Qiao expressed that he couldn't accept it. Not to mention Lin Qiao himself, even Xie Dong was stunned after he shouted that he was hungry. He lowered his eyes and touched his throat, feeling a little strange. Both of his eyes were filled with confusion. Then he narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking hard about something. Lin Qiao stood on the side and looked at Xie Dong's reaction strangely. Too strange. Too strange. Not to mention the time needed for the virus to infect, it would take at least 12 hours for him to turn into a zombie. But it took less than half an hour for this guy to be infected by the virus and turn into a zombie. That was too fast. Even if the zombie virus was strengthened, causing the outbreak to be rapid and speeding up the zombification process. But why did this guy still maintain his original appearance after turning into a zombie? Because other zombies either had faces full of blue veins or black blood vessels, or their faces were distorted and their mouths were open. Anyway, they were going to become different. Just like Lin Qiao now. So when Wu Qingyue saw Lin Qiao who had turned into a zombie, he didn't recognize that this woman was Lu Tianyu, who had threatened him with her daughter and forced him to do that kind of dirty thing. Otherwise, a lightning bolt would have turned her into ashes. But at this time, Xie Dong's face was still intact. The blue veins had disappeared, and there were no black blood vessels on his face. Apart from his pale face, there was nothing strange. Even his eyes didn't change much. Unless one stared at his eyes carefully, one wouldn't notice the change in his pupils. Because the color of his eyes didn't change. At this moment, Xie Dong, who was originally trying hard to think about something, suddenly changed his expression. Suddenly, his expression changed and his eyes shone with disbelief. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Lin Qiao, then quickly turned over from the ground and got up. He looked around and quickly fixed his eyes on Wu Yueling, who was sitting on the bed in the distance. At this time, Wu Yueling was also looking at him curiously from a distance. Seeing that Wu Yueling was fine, Xie Dong breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around to look at Lin Qiao and saw that Lin Qiao was only standing at a relatively safe distance. He then lowered his head to observe his own situation. Then, Xie Dong's expression was dumbfounded. He stared at himself with a look that said, "This is not real." His hands pinched here and there. Lin Qiao stared at him for a long time and saw his series of reactions. A thought emerged in his mind. She calmly growled at him, "Roar. Do you still remember who you are?" Lin Qiao's voice conveyed such a message. Then, she saw Xie Dong's expression stiffen for a moment. Then, he raised his head and stared at her. His eyes were filled with uncertainty, bewilderment, and disbelief. All sorts of emotions were mixed together. Ah. Ah. Gulp. He opened his mouth, but a string of strange sounds came out. Only then did Xie Dong realize something. He immediately shut his mouth. But Lin Qiao still understood his voice. I'm Xie Dong. Lin Qiao looked at him. So this person was called Xie Dong. But from the looks of it, his memories from when he was alive did not disappear. He actually remembered who he was. Roar, do you still remember how you died? Lin Qiao continued to yell at him, although the way she spoke was a little strange. But she felt that if she didn't say anything, Xie Dong, who was also a zombie, wouldn't know what she wanted to say. Xie Dong froze for a moment, then his eyes narrowed. Then, a strong hatred leaked out. As he became emotional, his entire face became a little twisted. His mouth opened up, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. His eyebrows raised. A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Roar, so ugly. Lin Qiao looked at his appearance and roared with some disgust. Xie Dong's expression stiffened again. Then, he realized that he was too emotional. Then, he put away his expression and looked at Lin Qiao with a face of confusion. He really didn't lose his memories. He remembered everything from when he was alive. He also remembered how he died. But when he was infected and turned into a zombie, his memories were a little fuzzy. He didn't know what happened. But now, he was dead, and turned into a zombie. He was still aware of this. He had no body temperature, no heartbeat, and his whole body was stiff and sluggish. His skin was blue, and he couldn't speak. But he could understand the roar of another zombie. All these signs told him that he was no longer a human. And Xie Dong sniffed in Wu Yueling's direction. So fragrant. So hungry. So hungry. Just as he stared in Wu Yueling's direction, a figure flashed in front of him and blocked his line of sight. Roar dash, are you going to eat me? Lin Qiao stared at him with cold eyes. In case this guy couldn't control his zombie instincts and pounced towards Wu Yueling's fragrance. Then it wouldn't be fun. Hearing Lin Qiao's low warning roar, Xie Dong was shocked. Only now did he know what happened to him. He smelled Wu Yueling's scent and felt it was very fragrant. An instinctive hunger in his body almost took control of his mind. Because he had an urge to follow the scent and pounce over. If this female zombie didn't speak up in time, he probably wouldn't know what he was going to do. And he felt that this female zombie's scent had an absolute suppression on him. He couldn't resist her at all. He was even afraid of the scent on her body. Although this zombie was acting very kind right now. Looking at the other's completely black eyes, Xie Dong didn't know what level this zombie was now. But it must be above level 4. And the thought she just sent out didn't seem like something a zombie would ask. No wonder she was able to stay together with Leader Wu's daughter. So this zombie was special. Was she the same as him and also had memories from when she was alive? And she might even be a special forces soldier. Xie Dong thought too much, the emotions in his eyes were revealed. And after he became a zombie, Lin Qiao knew his thoughts even more clearly. Roar. I have memories. I was indeed a special forces soldier when I was alive. Xie Dong, who had been nagged at, found it hard to accept. Roar dash, you know what I'm thinking. He was a little scared, okay? This female zombie could actually know what he was thinking. Xie Dong's eyes were wide open, his face had a confused expression of, what just happened? Staring blankly at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao glanced at him and nodded his head lightly. Then she said to him, Roar dash, we can't go out now. Suddenly she felt that the conversation between the two of them was really strange. The two of them were roaring like this, but they couldn't talk normally. So strange. This feeling is so annoying. My heart is so tired. At this moment, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed and she suddenly saw the pen in Xie Dong's camouflage pocket. Her eyes lit up and she immediately pointed at his pocket. Chapter 39. Xie Dong lowered his head and saw a pen stuck to the side of his soaked shirt pocket. He froze for a moment and immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant. He took out a pen with his hand and took out the little notepad that was inside it. It was just that the papers were wet and stuck together. Lin Xiao looked at the wet notebook and roared at him, "Roar. Your superpower." She knew that Xie Dong had a fire superpower, but she didn't know that he had become a zombie. Was his superpower still there? Xie Dong immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant. At the same time, he remembered. He still didn't know what his superpower was like. Lin Xiao's reminder reminded him of it. He raised his hand slightly and opened his palm. Lin Xiao saw him raise his hand and close his eyes as if he was sensing something. She looked at him curiously. Puff, he didn't see any red flames, only a spark that exploded in his palm. Then, it turned into a wisp of green smoke that floated up and then dissipated. Lin Xiao and Xie Dong were speechless. The situation didn't look too bad. At least there was a spark, which meant that his superpower hadn't completely disappeared. But after the smoke disappeared from Xie Dong's hand, Xie Dong's sharp fingernails turned fiery red. Then the fiery red color disappeared. However, the clothes on his body quickly dried at this moment. They were dried by his body heat. He was cold just now, but now his whole body was boiling hot. But he didn't feel uncomfortable. Lin Xiao walked a few steps to his side and took the cup of paper from his other hand. Then, she placed her hand on his smoking palm and raised her hand towards him. She signaled for him to try again. Xie Dong hesitated. He couldn't control the heat in his body. And he couldn't release the fire, so he didn't know if it would work. Lin Xiao sensed his hesitation and impatiently roared at him, "Wu, hurry up." Xie Dong couldn't resist her command, so he immediately tried to concentrate the heat in his body on his hand. However, in less than 2 seconds, Lin Xiao suddenly reached out and snatched the notebook from his hand. Then there was a puff sound and another wisp of smoke floated. At this time, the notebook in Lin Xiao's hands was completely dry. If it wasn't for her sharp eyes and quick movements, she would have been killed. Perhaps the paper was about to burn on his palm. Xie Dong looked at his hand gloomily. Xie Dong, who was used to having powerful abilities, couldn't believe that his ability had become like this. He expressed that he could not accept this situation. Lin Xiao did not care about his current mood. She took the pen that was also soaked in water and drew on the paper. After testing that the pen was still usable, he immediately wrote down a few sentences. He showed it to Xie Dong. "My name is Lin Xiao, you are now in my space." The zombie leader was guarding outside. "We can't go out for a while. Is there anything you want to do?" Xie Dong was staring at his hands in a daze. He only reacted when Lin Xiao stuffed a piece of paper into his hands. He looked at Lin Xiao's words. The strokes were sharp and unyielding. There seemed to be 1 or 2 sword-like strokes in every word. Killing intent flashed in Xie Dong's eyes. He wanted to kill those who had betrayed him. Lin Xiao sensed his thoughts and wrote another sentence. "If you want to kill, go out. You look no different from a human now anyway. As long as you don't speak, no one will know that you are dead. I guess the level 5 zombie outside isn't interested in your meat anymore." Xie Dong looked at the last sentence and felt a pain in his balls. Without waiting for him to react, Lin Qiao wrote another sentence. Of course, I don't know if it will get angry and kill you for its core as a snack. Xie Dong. At this moment, Lin Qiao suddenly pressed a hand on his shoulder, and the two of them flashed. Their figures flashed and disappeared from the space. Then the next second, Lin Qiao appeared in the same place again. Xie Dong was missing. And at this time, he found that Xie Dong was in a different place, alone in the wind. Shit! He was thrown out by that female zombie. And then he was left here alone, to face a terrifying level 5 zombie. Seeing a familiar red-eyed zombie not far away, Xie Dong couldn't help but want to turn around and bite Lin Qiao. What the hell was the meaning of throwing him out alone? Was he going to feed the zombie leader? She didn't want to eat him. She was going to throw him out and let him be tortured. Even if he wanted to come out and find those bastards for revenge, he definitely didn't want to come out now. Looking at the zombie leader that was already flying towards him, Xie Dong began to roar in his heart. At this time, the zombie leader that was rushing over stopped not far away from Xie Dong. It stared at him with a puzzled expression, its pair of eyes flashing with evil red light. As soon as the zombie leader approached, Xie Dong was immediately terrified. He took a few steps back, but he didn't dare to turn around and run. Because the other party's aura was too strong, suppressing him. It was even more terrifying than Lin Qiao. He couldn't even think of resisting or running away. This was the aura restriction of a high-level zombie on a low-level zombie. If Xie Dong knew that he was thrown out by Lin Qiao as a bait, he was probably going to bite Lin Qiao. At this time, Lin Qiao was squatting by the lake. She closed her eyes and looked at the situation outside. Seeing that the zombie leader stopped not far away from Xie Dong, she let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the zombie leader had smelled her aura just now, so it rushed out. But after seeing that it was Xie Dong, it realized that Xie Dong didn't have the sweet taste of a human. Instead, he was the same kind as it. Only then did it stop in confusion, and even its aggressiveness had decreased a lot. It also knew that if a human wasn't eaten in time and was bitten or scratched by them, they would become the same kind after half a day. But this human in front of it seemed to have changed a bit too fast. It was clearly the fragrant smell of human flesh not long ago, but now it had become the smell of the same kind. And its level was very low, so this zombie leader wasn't even interested in his zombie core. The zombie leader slowly walked over and slowly circled around Xie Dong. Although it felt that Xie Dong's aura was a bit strange, it couldn't tell what was going on. But it didn't care about that now. It was looking for that strange aura, the aura that snatched its food. Of course, it didn't know that the person it was looking for was watching its every move with its eyes closed. After circling a few times, it still couldn't find Lin Qiao's figure or aura. The zombie leader suddenly became angry. It fiercely turned around and slapped Xie Dong away with its claw. Bang! Xie Dong didn't even have time to react, and his whole body flew out. He fell to the ground with a bang. Then he heard the zombie leader madly shout a few times. Roar, roar, roar! After the zombie finished roaring, it turned around and jumped. Its body jumped very high, and while stepping on the wall of the building, it jumped up. After a few moments, it directly flashed to the roof of a building on the side of the 20th floor and disappeared. Chapter 40. Xie Dong lay on the ground, his limbs flailing a few times. He couldn't get up for a long time, so he just lay on the ground. From the looks of it, the zombie leader no longer had the patience to continue guarding here. After lying on the ground for a while, Xie Dong finally felt that he could control his limbs. Only then did he slowly sit up. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief. His life was saved. I didn't expect to have to worry about zombies when I was still a human, but now I'm a zombie. He still had to worry about zombies. This post-apocalyptic world is really hard. At this moment, a figure appeared at the place where he was originally standing. Lin Xiao appeared out of thin air. She took the note and walked to Xie Dong's side, showing him what was written on it. Is there a map? Do you have a car? Xie Dong stood up from the ground and looked at her note. He raised his head and looked at her in confusion, but his eyes were questioning her. What do you need a car and a map for? The conversation between Xie Dong and Lin Xiao was a little strange. Any thoughts he had were now just a look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had received it, and he wanted to know what Lin Xiao was thinking. He still had to see what she wrote on the paper. Why did he feel like he was at a disadvantage? Lin Xiao glanced at him and directly filtered his current thoughts. He scribbled on the paper again. Head to the southern base. Looking for someone. Xie Dong nodded. He didn't have a map with him right now, but he could borrow it from someone else. He remembered that Huang Xiao and the others had brought a map with them. Moreover, that spatial ability user didn't know what was stored in that space. As for the car, it just so happened that his car was in the hands of those people. He nodded to Lin Xiao. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to settle the scores with the teammates who betrayed Xie Dong. Now that they were zombies, it was much easier to find people. Actually, Lin Xiao had already noticed them when the level 5 zombie leader was chasing after Xie Dong, who had yet to become a zombie. They quietly came out of that person's space and quickly left. Xie Dong didn't notice this at the time because he was dealing with the zombie leader. However, Lin Xiao, who was still paying attention to the situation in the space, saw it and remembered the direction they left in. Seeing Lin Xiao walk towards an alley without hesitation, Xie Dong didn't understand why she was so sure that she was going that way. So he reached out from behind her and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao looked back at him. His eyes were filled with doubt. How do you know they're here? Xie Dong also asked her with his eyes. Lin Xiao looked down at the paper and wrote, I saw them heading this way. If you want to find them quickly, shout for me. Cut the crap. After she finished writing, she threw the paper at Xie Dong's chest and gave him a scornful look. She had no choice. She didn't have the whites of her eyes to roll. The despised Xie Dong was speechless. Seeing Lin Xiao continue to walk forward, Xie Dong could only follow her silently. Suddenly he thought of something else, and went forward to pat her on the shoulder. Lin Xiao stopped and turned around. Why couldn't she tell that this man was so sentimental? Xie Dong did not understand Lin Xiao's gaze this time, so he could only use his hand to measure the height of his leg. Then asked her with his eyes. Aren't you going to return Chief Wu's daughter? He was probably going crazy looking for her. Lin Xiao sneered with a strange expression on his face. Go back. She had already planned to abduct Xiao Budian, okay. I won't send it back to that man. It would be even better if he went crazy. How dare he blast her with lightning without knowing what was right or wrong? She wrote on the paper, don't worry about this. Anyway, the little girl won't die, and she won't be eaten by me. After she finished writing, she glared at Xie Dong, then turned around and continued walking. Xie Dong did not dare to ask her again this time. Because Lin Xiao's last gaze made him feel a sense of pressure as if he was being warned. The two zombies walked along the street as if nothing had happened. The zombies that were swaying around them either ignored them or avoided them because of Lin Xiao's aura. Xie Dong had never walked so calmly in a zombie horde. In the past, he had to be on the edge to guard against the zombies' attacks. But now, the zombies had to avoid him when they saw him. This contrast made Xie Dong feel very fresh and awkward. Lin Xiao walked along the road and suddenly stopped at a fork in the road. She raised her nose and sniffed in the air, as if to confirm the direction. Xie Dong saw her like this and also sniffed with his nose. But he did not smell anything. Lin Qiao only sniffed a few times, then pointed to the left. She lifted her foot and walked to the left. She knew that she could smell the scent of humans within a kilometer. Therefore, when Wu Qingyue arrived with his army, she could smell the strong human aura from afar. But she felt that she could smell even further now, but she still needed to confirm it. And the terrain here was blocked by buildings. The scent that she smelled might have been blocked by the obstacles. Lin Qiao led Xie Dong left and right, and then arrived behind a wall. Suddenly, she stopped and stared in front of her. Her hand was behind her back, making a signal to Xie Dong. As soon as Xie Dong saw her signal, his eyes flashed. Lin Qiao meant that the target had appeared and was ready to move. Then he saw Lin Qiao raise her hand and make a few movements. But her body stopped there, motionless. When Xie Dong saw her gesture, he immediately knew what she meant and changed his expression. He acted like a normal person, but his eyes were slightly narrowed. Just as he was about to move, Lin Qiao suddenly swung her hand. She threw a black rifle into Xie Dong's hand. This was the gun that he had dropped in her space. Xie Dong caught his gun, and a strange feeling slid through his heart. He had lost his gun, and he had lost his life. Now his life was back, and so was his gun. However, his life had been saved in a different way. It had only been a few hours, but his life had changed dramatically. His protection of others was in exchange for betrayal. He used all his ability to block the zombies for them, but in the end, he was kicked into the zombie horde. He thought he would be torn apart and eaten by the zombies, or his energy crystal core would be dug out. He was saved by the zombies, and then he became a zombie. The strange thing was, he became a zombie with his memories, but his body didn't change. Xie Dong's mood was a bit complicated. He looked at his hands that were holding the gun and wondered if his claws were also carrying the virus. Lin Qiao saw that he was still in a daze, so she suddenly lifted her foot. She directly kicked him in the butt, kicking him out. After Xie Dong was kicked, his body leaped forward a step, and only then did he react. Then, his expression changed, and with a fierce expression, he snuck towards another building not far away. Just now, Lin Qiao's gesture indicated the exact location of the other party. And the people inside did not know at this time. They thought that the person who had died in the mouths of the zombies was already coming towards them with monstrous killing intent. Chapter 41. Brother Xiao, we tricked Xie Dong this time. Next time, there won't be anyone to block the zombies for us. At this time, the four people hiding in a room in the small building were sitting and talking. Huang Xiao smiled indifferently and said, "What are you afraid of?" Without Xie Dong's firewall, did he forget about his tornado? Besides, my ability is about to level up. Without Xie Dong, the captain position will be mine. Hee, that's true. Our brother Zhao's strength is not much weaker than Xie Dong. Since Xie Dong was the captain, he always got the best of the rewards. The ones we get are not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. That's right, every time the good stuff is taken by him. And that woman in the base, she obviously belongs to our brother Xiao. But he used food to seduce her. Otherwise, she would have long been in our brother Zhao's bed. Speaking of that woman, Xie Zhao's face darkened, and a strong jealousy flashed in his eyes. But he quickly smiled and said with some pride, "She's a woman, as long as she has material goods. Isn't it easy to get her into bed? Besides, this time Xie Dong is already dead. Who will stop me when I go back? So what if she doesn't want to? Doesn't it mean that I can do whatever I want? If I want, I can do it. And he, at the end of his words, he smiled with a wretched expression. That meaning, as long as it is a man, can understand. Ha ha ha, that's true. The others looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter carried a certain meaning. But Brother Xiao, this time when you go back to the base, absorb all the zombie cores and energy crystals in your hands. You should be able to break through to level 4. The 4th level of the wind element was much better than the fire element. One wind blade to cut off a zombie's head is much more useful than Xie Dong's fireballs. A level 2 metahuman said flatteringly. Hearing this, Huang Shao laughed and said proudly in his heart, if it wasn't because of his level 4 firewall that can block a lot of zombies and save us a lot of trouble, I would have killed him long ago. But this time he is here, we can use him to block the zombie leader. Otherwise, we won't even have the time to enter the space. The other 3 nodded with lingering fear in their hearts. When they thought of the zombie leader, their faces turned ugly. Yes. I didn't expect that we would be so unlucky. Others rarely encounter a zombie leader, but we actually encountered one. Unfortunately, this is a zombie leader at full strength, we are no match for it. Otherwise, its corpse core would be enough for us to earn a fortune. Right. Speaking of the zombie leader's corpse core, everyone's eyes revealed a greedy look. Huang Shao held a bottle of mineral water in his hand and took a sip. It's a pity that we didn't get Xie Dong's energy crystal core. What a great loss. A rank 4 energy crystal core is enough for me to break through to rank 4. None of them realized that outside the door they had closed, there was a figure outside. Xie Dongjing gritted his teeth as he listened. His eyes bulged, and the veins on both sides of his forehead popped out. He clenched his fists tightly. He had never thought that these people would not just betray him. Huang Shao actually wanted his energy crystal core and even coveted his woman. Very good. A bunch of damned ingrates. Huang Shao and the others felt that it was a pity that they didn't get Xie Dong's energy after tricking him. Bang, bang, the door was kicked open by someone. The force was so strong that it actually sent the metal door flying in. With a bang, it hit the ground. The 4 people in the room instantly jumped up. In the blink of an eye, they all aimed their weapons at the door, but they didn't immediately shoot. Because there was a familiar figure standing at the door. Xie Dong. You didn't die. One of them saw clearly that it was Xie Dong standing at the door and immediately shouted in shock. Bang! What responded to him was a bullet. That person didn't react and looked at his chest. With a confused face, he looked at his own blood gushing out from the bullet hole in his chest. It seeped into his clothes. Xie Dong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The aroma of the blood made the hunger in his stomach swell instantly. A voice sounded in his mind. Eat him. Eat him. Eat him. Right at this moment, a blade of air pierced through the air and flew towards him. Xie Dong tilted his head slightly. He didn't even open his eyes and dodged the air blade. Pooh! The air blade cut a deep knife mark on the wall behind him. Xie Dong. Ha ha ha. You didn't die. That's great. Originally, I thought it was a pity that your core crystal was taken advantage of by that zombie leader. I didn't think you actually didn't die. That's not the main point. The main point is that you came back to die. Ha ha ha. When Huang Shao saw Xie Dong, his eyes shot out light. He looked at Xie Dong as if he was looking at a dead object. However, there was a hint of greed in his eyes. He didn't have the slightest bit of guilt or shame. Instead, he looked as if he had let go of everyone and didn't need to pretend to be tired. It was as if they had already shed all pretense of cordiality and met as enemies. Xie Dong tried his best to block out the voice in his mind. He forced himself to ignore the tempting sweet smell. He resisted the hunger and looked at Huang Xiao with a gloomy face. Suddenly, his hand moved. The gun in his hand pointed at another person and fired. Bang! Ugh, Xie Dong, you. That person didn't expect Xie Dong to be distracted and kill him while glaring at Huang Xiao. The worst thing was that he didn't guard against Xie Dong's move. So before he could dodge, he was already shot in the heart. The location was the same as the first person who was shot. Xie Dong didn't even look at him. He just continued to stare coldly at Huang Xiao. He didn't have much of a reaction to Huang Xiao's arrogant words. Of course, he wouldn't open his mouth to argue with him. Because right now, he couldn't speak. After Xie Dong killed the second person, he pointed the gun at Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao ignored the gun and sneered. As a level 4 ability user, you're holding a gun. Let me guess. Is it because your ability has been depleted? Have you recovered? Ha ha ha. You think you can deal with me with a broken gun? He didn't say, us. At this time, he had already excluded the other 3 people from his camp. Since 2 of them were already dead, there was still 1 left. He could completely ignore it. As he said that, Huang Xiao raised his hands. A gust of wind blew around him. At this time, the other person who Xie Dong didn't shoot was standing on the side. This man, who Xie Dong didn't kill immediately, originally had no ability. At least in everyone's eyes, he wasn't an ability user. But he disappeared with Huang Xiao and the others. Chapter 42. Xie Dong just took a glance at him and determined that he was the spatial ability user. Because thinking about it, he did not notice that Huang Xiao and the others had been protecting him intentionally or unintentionally. And he did not notice it at all, only thinking that they had a good relationship. Now that he thought about it, it was because they already knew that this person had a spatial ability. He retreated to a corner, wanting to avoid the battle between Xie Dong and Huang Xiao. But at this moment, he seemed to see something flash in the corner of his eyes. He turned his head and saw a figure suddenly flashing in from the window behind Huang Xiao. In an instant, it appeared behind Huang Xiao, completely ignoring the wind around him. It directly reached out and stabbed its sharp claws into the back of Huang Xiao's head. The figure nimbly waved its hand, and Huang Xiao did not even have time to make a sound. He was thrown away along with the wind. But half of Huang Xiao's skull was still in the figure's hand. The spatial ability user's eyes widened as he looked at this sudden scene. He also saw what the figure that suddenly jumped in from the window was. It was a female zombie. Just as the other party threw Huang Xiao away, the spatial ability user almost reflexively raised his gun and fired at it. But the other party just grabbed it with one hand, and the bullet was caught in its palm. The spatial ability user was a little dumbfounded. Before he could react, the zombie moved again. In a flash, it disappeared. But in the next second, it appeared beside him, and a claw grabbed his arm. The spatial ability user felt his whole body flying, and then his vision blurred. When he came back to his senses, the scene in front of him had changed. He appeared at the edge of a small lake. Then he felt his arm loosen, and only then did he notice that there was a zombie beside him. The spatial ability user subconsciously retreated and raised his gun. Before he could pull the trigger, a hand suddenly grabbed his gun, and then he felt the hand holding the gun shake. His hand was empty, and the gun was gone. He immediately turned his head to look at the hand next to him, and saw Xie Dong standing a meter away from him. He was twirling his pistol in his hand. Xie Dong. What are you doing? Why did you snatch my gun instead of dealing with this zombie? The space ability user was enraged when he saw that it was Xie Dong who snatched his gun. Even if they had internal conflicts, but in front of the zombies, everyone had to deal with the zombies first. After that, he would solve the internal problems. This was a law that had gradually formed after the apocalypse. Of course, if it was Huang Xiao who sent his comrades to the zombies, then it could only be said that this kind of behavior was the darkest and most common thing in the post-apocalyptic world. Of course, this was an exception. It was just that this spatial ability user had yet to recognize his identity. Now that they were in danger, they subconsciously wanted Xie Dong's protection, just like before. However, he had forgotten that he had just betrayed Xie Dong not long ago, and had joined forces with others to push Xie Dong into the zombie horde. When Xie Dong heard his words, his lips curled into a sneer. Sneering, he stood still and looked at him. When the space ability user saw Xie Dong's mocking smile, he realized that he had betrayed Xie Dong before. He was stunned for a moment. Now, there was no one to protect him. He was just a spatial ability user, and before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary company employee, so his combat power was not high. After the apocalypse, he had to rely on the protection of others to survive. Fortunately, he had activated the very useful spatial ability later on. Only then did he obtain the protection of Huang Xiao and the others. Now, Huang Xiao was dead, just a few seconds ago. At this moment, he had fallen into a situation where there was no one to protect him. At this time, Lin Qiao threw a crystal in her hand towards Xie Dong. When Xie Dong caught it, her figure flashed and appeared in front of the space ability user. She grabbed the opponent's throat. Ugh, blarg, the breath in his throat was instantly stuck, and the space ability user immediately recovered. But when he saw a pair of pitch-black eyes staring at him, he immediately trembled in fear, and even forgot to struggle. Unable to breathe, his face was red, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair as he looked at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao stared at his eyes, and could clearly feel his inner thoughts. I'm going to die. I'm going to be eaten by this zombie. The flesh on my face will be bitten off, my stomach will be dug out, and my intestines will be dug out and eaten. Too scary. Lin Qiao was amused as she sensed this person's thoughts. This person had been making himself panic. She clearly did not intend to do anything to him, but he was imagining these terrifying scenes. Wasn't he trying to scare himself to death? At this time, she picked up a small piece of paper, and there were 2 words written on it. Space. Then she placed it in front of the space ability user for him to see. She originally wanted him to clear out the things in the space. Then she let him go. In the end, this person suddenly saw the word space in his panic. Lin Qiao immediately sensed the crystal core in his head, as if a hole had been opened. She could actually see everything inside the energy crystal core. Ha! WTF. What's going on? Lin Qiao was also a little dumbfounded. She did not understand why this was happening. How could she see into someone else's space? Didn't they say that only the owner of the space could see the space? She closed her eyes in bewilderment and felt that after she closed her eyes, the space ability user's hole expanded a little, allowing her to see more clearly. When she opened her eyes, the space ability user's hole had shrunk. Looking at the space ability user's expression, she found that this person's eyes had already turned white. He looked as if he was about to faint. Lin Qiao, she really did not do it on purpose. Lin Qiao released her hand in a daze, and saw the space ability user softly fall to the ground. At the same time, she felt that the space ability user's hole had also closed. She turned her head to look at Xie Dong in confusion, and saw that Xie Dong was also looking at her with a puzzled expression. But Xie Dong's eyes were filled with more questions. Why did Lin Qiao suddenly rush in and kill Huang Xiao? Didn't she tell him to take revenge himself? And why did she bring him and this space ability user into the space? What did she do to him? That person fainted because of her. These sudden changes were all different from what she had told him before. Xie Dong's heart was filled with all sorts of questions. Lin Qiao saw the look in his eyes and knew what he was thinking. She took out a piece of paper and scribbled a sentence. Level 5 zombies have appeared outside. Just one sentence was enough to explain her sudden behavior just now. Outside the space, after Lin Qiao pulled the two into the space. In the distance, a figure leaped over like a ferocious beast. Chapter 43. That's right, the reason why Lin Qiao suddenly rushed in. She quickly took care of Huang Xiao and brought the two into the space. It was because she sensed a level 5 zombie leader with a familiar aura rushing towards them. Obviously, this was the familiar person from before. And the other party also smelled Lin Qiao's aura, so it followed it to find them. The level 5 zombie leader's sensing ability was much stronger than Lin Qiao's. Not long after Lin Qiao came out of the space, it sensed it. Lin Qiao looked at the space ability user lying on the ground. She thought about what happened just now. Why could she see into the other party's space? Was this another one of her skills? She suddenly realized that after she became a zombie, she gained a lot of skills. Telepathy, space invisibility. And the strength of her body was more than 5 times what it was before. Now, she had another skill that could sense other people's space. It was just that she was not proficient in these skills yet. Her space was too mysterious. Other than being able to bring people in, it seemed to have many other uses like the lake water. There seemed to be other uses, but she had not discovered it yet. And with telepathy, she found that she could easily know the thoughts of zombies that were lower than her. Higher level ones were a bit more difficult. And the thoughts of humans seemed to need to be very close to her to be able to sense them. As for space invisibility, she really did not know where to start. Now that she could sense other people's space, she also did not know what was going on. She still needed to do some experiments. Thinking about it, Lin Qiao directly grabbed the space ability user's collar and dragged him to the edge of the lake. Then she pressed his head down into the water. Not long after, the space ability user began to struggle with his hands and feet. Seeing that he had woken up, Lin Qiao grabbed his collar and lifted him up. She threw him onto the shore. Ugh! Cough 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 cough. The space ability user who had choked on a lot of water lay on the ground and coughed awkwardly. Lin Qiao did not give him time to react and squatted in front of him again. She stretched out her hand, opened her fingers, and held his forehead. The space ability user was choked to the point that his head was still unclear of what was going on, when he suddenly felt a hand pressing on his forehead. Then, he suddenly felt dizzy, and his mind began to blur. The moment Lin Qiao's hand touched the head of the spatial ability user, she immediately sensed something. Closing her eyes, she saw a patch of white fog. In the white fog, there was a circular hole about the size of a window. She tried to move closer to the hole, but it moved closer to her. Lin Qiao saw that there were a lot of daily necessities and some food. She and Xie Dong couldn't eat it, but they could give it to Wu Yueling. She retreated and opened her eyes. The eyes of the spatial ability user in his hand rolled back again. This time, it was even more serious than before. He was foaming at the mouth. Lin Qiao quickly let go. Her eyes flashed. It seemed that her spying on his space had caused a huge burden on his body. Or was it spiritual? At this time, Xie Dong also walked over, and the way he looked at the space ability user was extremely cold. There was even a desire to take a bite out of him, but he suppressed that desire. He held the crystal core in his hand as if he was absorbing a corpse's core. He gathered all the heat in his body into his palm and felt the crystal core melt. Then, he clenched his fist, and the energy from the crystal core immediately seeped into his palm. It mixed with the heat in his palm and returned to his body. When he finished absorbing the crystal core, he saw Lin Qiao had just let go of the spatial ability user. But this time, the spatial ability user wasn't in a good state, he was foaming at the mouth. Seeing Xie Dong walking over, Lin Qiao wrote something on a piece of paper. How did the crystal core's energy affect you? Xie Dong sensed it and shook his head. He didn't feel anything. It was as if the energy inside Huang Xiao's crystal core had disappeared into his body. There was no increase in energy like when he absorbed the corpse's core. Lin Qiao looked at him strangely. There didn't seem to be any changes when she absorbed the core. She thought it was a problem with her physique. Why was Xie Dong the same as her? At this time, Xie Dong came over and looked at the spatial ability user who had fainted again. His eyes were a bit blank, and he kept swallowing his saliva. As soon as he got closer, he could smell that sweet scent. That feeling of hunger was crazily surging, making him want to take a bite. But his rationality told him that this was the smell of human flesh, the smell of human flesh. When he thought of eating human flesh, he felt nauseous. On one side was physical hunger, and on the other was mental disgust. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Seeing him like this, Lin Qiao knew that he was being tempted by his hunger. She thought for a bit, then wrote on the paper. If you want to eat him, I won't stop you. After all, it's a natural instinct for zombies to eat humans. And human flesh can also provide the energy needed by zombies. Seeing this, Xie Dong was stunned. What does this reaction mean? He immediately shook his head resolutely, then turned around. Once again, he walked away. Looking at his back, Lin Qiao suddenly felt a bit lonely and desolate. These days, I've already gotten used to being a zombie. But this person still hasn't accepted the fact that I'm a zombie. A lot of things have changed. Lin Qiao herself was an optimistic person with a strong ability to adapt and accept things. Since I've become a zombie, I'll just let it change. She's still her, she still has to find her family and friends. Even if she can't appear in front of them, she still has to see them live a good life from afar, then she can rest assured. Anyway, she used to be a special forces soldier, often going on dangerous missions, and could lose her life at any time. Her family has long accepted this. They've also made mental preparations. So now she'll just treat it as if she died on a mission, but she can still live by their side with another identity. That's enough. So she still has to go back to find them. But Xie Dong is different. Xie Dong's thoughts aren't as open as hers. But Lin Qiao can't be bothered to care about him, the two of them will soon part ways anyway. What happens to him, that's his own business. She can't say anything, after all, the two of them don't have any relationship or feelings. She only saved him because she doesn't want to see a fellow special forces soldier get killed by his own comrades. In the army, they train every day. Team spirit has always been very important, trust in comrades is very important, and similarly, the trust of comrades in oneself is also very important. So they hate this kind of betrayal by their comrades, and reject it equally. But her strength still dragged her down, and it was a little too late to save her. If she could defeat that level 5 zombie leader, then she wouldn't have to be able to completely save herself. Therefore, Lin Qiao's desire to increase her strength grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 44. However, the first thing she needed to do was to make this spatial ability user hand over everything in the space. Lin Qiao did not feel that what she was doing was wrong. Collecting the enemy's weapons and other useful spoils of war was something she was required to do when she was in the army. She had often done such things in the past, let alone in the apocalypse. Perhaps bullying the weak was somewhat shameless, but who asked him to do something that harmed others? Besides, Lin Qiao did not intend to take his life. Looking at the person who fainted again, Lin Qiao could only press him into the water again. After going back and forth a few times, the spatial ability user's breath was already weak and his mind was not clear. Although Lin Qiao and the other person could not speak, she kept asking the spatial ability user to read a sentence. Take out everything in the space. However, this spatial ability user was not sure if he was scared out of his wits or something else. He was a little confused and did not respond to Lin Qiao's words at all. As for Lin Qiao, she could clearly sense the other person's space every time, but she could not enter it no matter what. When her consciousness got close to the hole, she felt as if there was an invisible membrane blocking her. She could only look but not touch the things inside. In the end, the spatial ability user was careless. He was tormented to death by Lin Qiao, looking at the spatial ability user who had suddenly lost his breath and heartbeat. Lin Qiao looked innocently at Xie Dong who had run back to watch the scene unknowingly. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Xie Dong, Lin Qiao did not expect this person to suddenly die. She thought that the other person had just fainted like the previous few times. He would wake up after soaking in water. She did not expect that. He would not wake up after fainting. Now that he was dead, she could no longer sense the hole in the space. She looked at Xie Dong awkwardly. After all, this person was her enemy. Not hers. Xie Dong did not have much of an opinion. After all, Lin Qiao was his savior. It did not matter if this person died. However, it was a pity for the things inside the space. Up until now, if a spatial ability user died, no one could obtain the things inside the space. No one would be able to obtain the things inside his space. Now, all space ability users had a life-saving condition. Lin Qiao looked at the dead dimensional ability user, then looked at Wu Yueling who was watching them from afar. Wu Yueling had been standing far away from them ever since they appeared. He seemed to be wary of Xie Dong, who was beside Lin Qiao. Not because he was a zombie, but because Wu Yueling was never close to people. Even in the base, only Wu Qingyue and Meng Yu were allowed to approach. Even Xiao Yunlong did not pay much attention to him. It was a special case that she could get close to Lin Qiao, but it didn't mean that she could get close to other people around her. Lin Qiao could also sense the space of space ability users. Although he was dead, his space did not disappear. It seemed to have been preserved in his crystal core. Right now, she had the urge to dig out the other party's crystal core and study it. But thinking that what she was going to do next might be a little bloody, she remembered that there was another little person in the space. This kind of skull-digging scene, of course, couldn't be seen by children. But she could not leave her own space, because the moment she closed her eyes, she felt her heart pounding. They could see the level 5 zombie outside, looking for something in the house where they killed Huang Xiao and the others. And at this time, in addition to it, there were 2 level 3 zombies standing obediently in the corner. The 3 zombies' mouths and teeth were full of blood. And the 3 corpses in the house, at this time, had their stomachs and heads dug out. They were lying on the ground dripping with blood. After the end of the world, zombies not only liked to eat human flesh and drink human blood, but also especially liked to eat human brains. High-level zombies like to eat human internal organs, of course, they also like to eat brain. So after the end of the world, corpses that were often seen had their stomachs and heads dug out. At a glance, it was obvious that they had been eaten by zombies. Lin Qiao knew at a glance that the level 5 zombie was looking for her, because this zombie stayed at the window where she appeared for a long time. It was really persistent. It actually kept chasing her without letting go. Lin Qiao was somewhat speechless. Since she couldn't go out from the outside, she could only do it in this space. Since she couldn't let Xiao Budian see, she would let Xie Dong block it. She wrote a sentence on the paper and handed it to Xiaodong. After Xiaodong saw it, he immediately went behind Lin Qiao to block her. He faced Wu Yueling so that she could only see herself and not what Lin Qiao was doing behind him. Lin Qiao looked back and did not see Wu Yueling's figure. Only then did she stretch out her claws and cut open the spatial ability user's head. When she cut off Huang Zhao's head just now, she smelled a rich fragrance. But at that time, she quickly took out the crystal core and then brought Xiaodong and the spatial ability user into her space. She didn't even have time to smell that fragrance. Now that she cut open the spatial ability user's head, she immediately smelled that fragrance again. No wonder other zombies would eat brain seeds, because this fragrance was different from human flesh. Human flesh was fragrant and sweet, but the brain was fragrant and fragrant. But it seemed even more delicious. Don't ask why Lin Qiao felt that way, it was just an instinct after smelling it. So the temptation of this brain was even greater. Not only did Lin Qiao fiercely smell it, but her mind was also a little sluggish. Even Xiaodong behind her could not help but turn around and was forcefully sniffing in her direction. Lin Qiao immediately woke up and immediately reached out to push him away. Then she held her nose and did not breathe, although she did not know whether she was still breathing or not. In any case, she just held it. After quickly taking out the crystal core, Lin Qiao sensed the level 5 zombies outside. Seeing that he just jumped out of the window, it seemed that he was planning to leave. After he went out, Lin Qiao immediately grabbed the spatial ability user's corpse and quickly flashed. She directly threw the person out. Xiaodong only saw Lin Qiao's figure flash, and the corpse in her hand was the moment she swayed. It disappeared from the place. In his eyes, it seemed that Lin Qiao did not go out. But only Lin Qiao herself knew that she had already gone out once. It was just that her movements were too fast and connected together. In Xiaodong's eyes, it only flashed for a moment. And the 2 level 3 zombies outside who had not left, only sensed a trace of her aura. They did not even see her figure, only saw a corpse being thrown out of thin air. When they saw food, they immediately rushed over. And Lin Qiao did not appear outside. She returned to her space again. After throwing the corpse out, the 2 of them were relieved. She could not help but take one last breath of that tempting fragrance, and then the smell quickly dissipated in her space. Without the invasion of the fragrance, Lin Qiao then calmed down and continued to study the crystal core in her hand. She did not dare to use her nails to pinch it, afraid that it would suddenly melt like the previous few times. She could only put it in the palm of her hand. But when the crystal core was put in her palm, it immediately became hot. Then, just like last time when she absorbed the corpse core of the level 3 zombie, it directly turned into energy. Chapter 45. A gentle warmth spread from her palm to her entire body and then gathered in her mind. Lin Qiao, she seemed to have lost something that belonged to him. Lin Qiao looked at Xiaodong. Although she was the one who dug it out, she did not think that it belonged to her. However, she did not think that it belonged to her. She had always thought that it belonged to Xiaodong. She was just curious as to why she could see into someone else's space. She wanted to figure out what was going on. In the end, he was fooled around by her. Now, he was killed by her, and the crystal core was also absorbed by her. So the problem was, where was the space? She looked at Xiaodong awkwardly again and saw that he was still sniffing around with his eyes closed. Obviously, he had not recovered from the fragrance of the brain. Just as Lin Qiao was about to tell him that she had melted the crystal core of the space ability user. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and the gratitude climbed to her forehead. Then, she felt something on her forehead. She rolled her eyes and suddenly turned her head to look in another direction. At the edge of the white fog suddenly rolled up like a curtain and slowly turned into a door-like hole. Lin Qiao stood up and pulled Xie Dong, who had just come back to his senses. Then, she walked toward the door-like hole. Xie Dong understood what was going on when she suddenly pulled him. Just as he was about to ask her what was going on, he looked up and saw the door-like hole that had suddenly appeared in front of him. A dark, 2-meter-tall door-like hole appeared in the white fog. It looked a little strange. But this was Lin Qiao's space, so there should not be any danger. Lin Qiao pulled Xie Dong because she was afraid that when she looked at the hole, this guy would not be able to control himself and rush to the other side of the lake to eat Wu Yueling. Actually, the area of Lin Qiao's space was not big. It looked like it was only 2 parts. One side was the lake and the other was the grass. At a glance, the square garden was only about 1,000 square meters, but the lake took up 60% of it. Then, the surroundings were blocked by a white fog. Actually, he did not know that when Lin Qiao first entered this space, it was smaller than it was now. It was just that Lin Qiao did not realize that her space had expanded quite a bit. Or rather, the fog had spread. So, it did feel a little strange to suddenly appear in a door-like hole. Lin Qiao pulled Xie Dong to the edge of her space. He stood in front of the door that had suddenly appeared and looked inside. He was dumbfounded again. Isn't that the space of that spatial ability user? Why did he appear in her space? Stunned, she turned around and looked at Xie Dong in confusion. Xie Dong looked at her expressionlessly. He did not understand what she was trying to say. But when he saw this space, he also felt strange. However, he didn't know that this was the space of the space ability user. He just thought that it might have come from Lin Qiao's space. He found it strange that this strange door didn't appear before, but now it suddenly appeared again. Now, when he saw Lin Qiao, he also had a blank expression on his face. Unfortunately, Lin Qiao's face was too ugly, so his expression was somewhat distorted. Therefore, Xie Dong did not understand what she meant. Seeing him like this, Lin Qiao also sensed his thoughts. I knew he was still out of it. So she wrote another sentence for him to read. This was the dimension of that spatial ability user. After Xie Dong took a look at her words, he was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes widened as he turned to look at Lin Qiao in disbelief. Lin Qiao nodded at him. Xie Dong was also stunned. This Lin Qiao had such an ability. She turned someone else's space into her own. Lin Qiao waved at him, and the two of them entered the hole. As soon as they entered the space, they realized that it wasn't very big. It was about the size of a small room of 70 to 80 square meters, completely incomparable to Lin Qiao's. But there was oxygen inside, so they could breathe. No wonder living people could enter. Lin Qiao looked at the pile of things in the corner of the space. Other than some clothes, weapons, and some miscellaneous items, there were a few packets of biscuits and instant noodles, as well as a bottle of mineral water. A few bottles had already been taken out. Lin Qiao walked over to pick up the biscuits and looked at the date. Sure enough, they had expired. But even if they had expired, they were still very precious in the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone in the post-apocalyptic world was no longer picky about food. Who dared to be picky? There would be nothing left if they continued to pick. Water was also very precious. Because the water sources on the mainland had basically been infected. Therefore, the water in the base was still produced by ice and water ability users. But this base ability user wasn't very good. Although he had space, he didn't collect many things. The most precious thing was a few barrels of gasoline. She didn't know if he got it himself, or if someone else let him in. It was probably because of these barrels of gasoline that he was able to survive until now. When they were downstairs, they also saw the car parked at the side. That car belonged to Xie Dong, and Xie Dong had already told Lin Qiao with a hand gesture. It was a military off-road vehicle. It was where Huang Xiao and the rest had stopped. Lin Qiao rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items, trying to find a map. She didn't expect to find a map. She took it out and saw that it was a map of Shanghai. Their current location was in the HP district. If they wanted to go south, they would have to pass through Suhui, Minheng, and JS districts before they could enter Zhe province. No matter what, with this map, she would at least know where to go. Lin Qiao took out an A4-sized book from the pile of miscellaneous items. The handwriting was also easier to write. It wasn't as difficult as Xie Dong's palm-sized note. She sat down cross-legged and waved at Xie Dong. She wanted to talk to him about his next plan. Lin Qiao felt that she should go south to find her family. She needed Xie Dong's car and the barrels of gasoline here. She just didn't know if Xie Dong was willing to give it to her. Although they had talked about this before, Xie Dong didn't agree to give it to her. He just wanted to say that he had a car. But now he had killed the person he wanted to kill, and found the car. The level 5 zombies outside might still be nearby, but if she wanted to leave, there was no other way. It was not that there was no other way, so she had to ask Xie Dong now. What was he going to do? Xie Dong also sat down casually and looked at Lin Qiao. In fact, he wanted to know what level he was now. Level 3. It should be. Because he had wisdom and memory. But his movement ability didn't seem to be as flexible and agile as level 3 zombies. He felt that he was just a little more agile than normal zombies. Lin Qiao took out a pen and wrote on the paper, "The person you wanted to kill is dead, where are you going next? No matter where you go, I want to borrow the car and the gasoline here." Xie Dong was stunned when he saw these words. He was in a daze. Chapter 46. He knew that Lin Qiao wanted to go to the southern base. There were only 2 established bases in the south. They were the Earth Dragon Base and the Hades Base. The Earth Dragon Base was the survivor base for Min, Gan, and Xiang provinces, while the Hades Base was the survivor base for Gui Yueqiong provinces. He didn't know which base Lin Qiao's family was in, but they were heading that way. But Xie Dong didn't have any family. He only had a woman he was close to. But they weren't lovers. But he couldn't go back in his current state, let alone see that woman. Even if he saw her, she wouldn't come near him. The base wouldn't accept him. Even if he went back. His identity as a zombie might also be discovered, and he would be killed at that time. Although he looked no different from a normal person, there were machines in the base that could detect viruses. As long as he came near, the alarm would go off. But now that he was outside, he didn't know what to do. Now, he no longer needed to hunt zombies for food, and he no longer needed to team up with others to survive, because he no longer needed to. He didn't need to protect his teammates, and he didn't need to rely on his family. He suddenly didn't know what to do next. Lin Qiao looked at his blank face and suddenly wrote on the paper, "Why don't you come with me to the south?" She was bored and lonely by herself, even though Xiao Budian was there. But with a companion, she wouldn't refuse. Xie Dong looked at the word she handed over and was slightly startled. Then his eyes lit up. Yeah, he didn't know how to survive in his current state. But looking at the strange zombie in front of him, Xie Dong thought it would be better to stay with her. He didn't have anywhere to go anyway. Lin Qiao already knew what he was thinking without Xie Dong nodding. She looked up at this space and wrote on the paper again. "We can't go out yet. You can stay in this space." What she meant was that this would be his room. In case he went out and drooled at Wu Yueling. What if he couldn't control himself and pounced on her? Xie Dong nodded. It didn't matter where he stayed. But thinking of Wu Yueling outside, he was curious as to why this female zombie would want to kidnap her daughter. But seeing that Lin Qiao didn't want to hurt her, he didn't care anymore. Moreover, the little princess seemed to have a good relationship with this female zombie. He recalled how Wu Yueling had stood in front of Lin Qiao to prevent him from shooting her. Xie Dong was slightly surprised by this. Everyone in Sea City Base knew that this little princess didn't get close to anyone. It wasn't because she was arrogant or anything. It was because she was autistic. His personality was rather eccentric, and he was unwilling to get close to others. No matter how familiar they were, she wouldn't care about them. In the entire base, the only people she would pay attention to were her father and another female ability user. But what did he see now? This unsociable little princess. He was actually willing to get close to a female zombie who looked ugly and acted strangely. Xie Dong looked at Lin Qiao inexplicably. Lin Qiao glared at him. Xie Dong rubbed his nose. He knew that she had sensed him calling her ugly in his heart. Lin Qiao stood up and walked out with the biscuits, the book, the map, the pen, and a bottle of water. Xie Dong didn't follow him out. Instead, he stayed inside. After Lin Qiao came out, he sensed the situation outside. She found that although there were only a few gnawed corpses in the room, the 2 level 3 zombies were gone. But she sensed that the zombie leader's aura was nearby. This thing really didn't want to leave. Since it was guarding, then let it guard. It was fine as long as she didn't go out. At this time in Sea City Base, in an office of the base's administration building, a handsome young man in his early 20s was looking down at some documents. He was wearing a slim white shirt and a thin black suit on his shoulders. He was clean and tidy, and had a calm temperament. He gave off the aura of a superior. Suddenly, someone knocked on his office door. "Come in." The handsome man replied without turning his head. The door was immediately opened. A young man wearing a clean white shirt stood there. Although his clothes were clean, his shirt was loosely hung outside his pants. The 3 buttons on his chest were open, revealing his collarbone and half of his chest. This person had an androgynous face. He was beautiful to the point of being devilishly beautiful, but not feminine. He put one hand in the pocket of his pants and held a piece of paper in the other. He lazily leaned against the door frame and said, "Tianyi, there's a message here. I don't know if you're interested in it. It's about your evil sister." The man who was looking at the documents heard the words of the person at the door. He lifted his face, his long and slender eyebrows furrowed tightly. He looked at the person at the door with disgust and impatience on his face. He said discontentedly, "I have nothing to do with her. How many times have I told you, don't mention her to me? Can't you see I'm busy?" The man at the door raised his hand slightly and made a gesture of surrender. But he didn't seem to care and continued to say, okay, I know. But you really don't want to hear it. If you don't want to know, then I'll take the letter away. But let me tell you first, you may regret not knowing this news." Although he said he would take the letter away, he still leaned against the door frame and didn't move. It seemed that he didn't want to leave. Lu Tianyi looked down at the documents in his hands. 3 seconds later, he threw the documents on the table, raised his head and asked impatiently and helplessly, "Say it. What did she do?" He knew that the person who could send the news to him in person must have done something very serious again. That woman must have done something very serious again. Otherwise, he could have asked someone else to bring the news over. And he brought the news himself because he didn't want others to know the contents of the letter. Kong Qingming stood up and walked in with the letter. He closed the door and locked it before walking to Lu Tianyi's desk. He put the letter on the table and pushed it in front of Lu Tianyi. He said, she did do something, but I don't want to talk about that. She died. Lu Tiany's expression was slightly stunned, although he was still calm. Only Kong Qingming noticed that Lu Tiany's pupils shrank slightly. Kong Qingming took a step back and put his hands in the pockets of his trousers. He stood there and looked at him. His whole body exuded a lazy aura. Lu Tiany was stunned for a moment. He frowned and picked up the letter to read. He asked, what happened? Why did she suddenly die? Isn't there Lin Yong and the others by her side? Chapter 47. In the base, everyone knew that Lu Tianyu was one of Yang Chao's women. In the base, no one dared to provoke her. When they saw her, they would avoid her if they could, and if they couldn't avoid her, they wouldn't get close to her. Even if Lu Tianyu went out of the base, Yang Chao would send 3 psychics to protect her. He wouldn't let her die so easily. Kong Qingming shrugged and said, the situation is not clear. I only know that she died, and before she died, she lost Wu Qingyue's little princess. This woman, I think, there's something going on. Lu Tiany looked up at him and asked calmly, what do you mean? He knew that no matter how bold that woman was, she wouldn't dare to do anything to Wu Qingyue's daughter. Kong Qingming said, I also know another piece of news, which I just found out. Your sister, before she died, used some unknown method to take away Wu Qingyue's daughter, and then used her to threaten Wu Qingyue. Your sister used some unknown method to take away Wu Qingyue's daughter before she died and then used her daughter to threaten Wu Qingyue. So this time she succeeded, but not long after, she died. Because Lin Yong and the other 2 threw her into the zombie horde. Speaking up to hear, he looked at Lu Tiany's unchanged face. At this point, he looked at Lu Tiany's expressionless face. She didn't send the little princess back. And Lin Yong and the other 2 didn't find the little princess. As far as I know, Yang Chao seems to have asked Lin Yong and the others to do something. As for the inside story, it depends on whether you want to investigate or not. As for the inside story, it depends on whether you want to investigate or not. He would help him find out what happened. Lu Tiany waved his hand at him and shook his head. Forget it. If she's dead, then she's dead. It's none of my business if she's dead. If she's dead, then she's dead. It's none of my business. As he spoke, he placed the letter in his palm, and then a breeze appeared from his palm. As he spoke, he placed the letter in his palm, and a breeze appeared from his palm. The paper wrapped around him turned into a mini tornado and spun on his palm. That piece of paper was immediately cut into pieces by the small tornado. Then it was twisted into paper scraps and ashes. Then the mini tornado flew out of his palm and out of the window next to him. It dissipated with the paper scraps. Kong Qingming heard his words and nodded. He said, "All right, do as you wish. Then I'll go out." With that, he turned and walked to the door, opened it, and left. After watching Kong Qingming close the door, the emotions in Lu Tiany's eyes surged slightly. He was stunned and somewhat unable to accept it. There was also hatred and some other complicated emotions. That woman never saw him as her brother, her family. That was because they were half-siblings, born to different mothers. Before the apocalypse, the two of them had always been at loggerheads, quarreling and ridiculing whenever they met. She was always trying to frame and humiliate him behind his back. He endured all of this because she was his sister. He couldn't do anything to her. But after the apocalypse, this woman didn't care about his life or death, and didn't look for him. Disregarding everything else, he followed another expert and ran away. At that time, he was feverish. If Kong Qingming had not arrived in time, he would not have been able to activate his ability. He was eaten by zombies. From then on, Lu Tiany's disgust for her turned into hatred. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in the bottom of his heart, hoping that she could treat him as family. After all, she was his only relative. Because after the end of the world, their families were all dead, leaving only him and Lu Tianyu. Later, the two of them met in the base, but she pretended not to know him. Relying on that man's background, she did all kinds of evil in the base and acted like a tyrant. In fact, the people in the base didn't know the relationship between the two of them. Only Kong Qingming knew. Every time he saw her bullying others, robbing others' things, insulting others, he silently pretended not to see it and walked on his own. And she would never speak to him. Lu Tiany knew that he was very conflicted. He hated her in his heart and even somewhat hated her. However, he couldn't ignore her news. He saw her bullying others, but she never looked him in the eye. He wanted to get close to her, but he couldn't stand what she did. But even if he couldn't accept her behavior, he always secretly helped her clean up her mess behind her back. But now she was dead. His only relative in this apocalypse was dead. Although he had long known that one day she would reap what she sowed and reap what she sowed. But when this day really came, he couldn't accept it. He had been silently helping her clean up her mess because he didn't want her to encounter others' revenge on her. He saw that Yang Chao really doted on her, indulged her in everything, and helped her solve everything. He thought that if she stayed by that man's side, she would at least be safe on the surface. Until she thought about it to the other leader of the base. Lu Tiany began to worry about her, so he asked Kong Qingming to secretly pay more attention to her movements. But she still died, and died in the hands of the man she believed in. Kong Qingming had mentioned to him before that Yang Chao had lost interest in this woman. Lu Tiany stood up from the table and walked to the window. Looking up at the gloomy sky after the apocalypse, he suddenly felt that there was something empty in his heart. After looking at the sky for a while, he suddenly turned around and put on the coat that was draped over his shoulders. Then he walked to the door and opened it. He saw a figure leaning against the wall beside the door. His eyes were closed and his head was drooping, looking like he was sleeping. Lu Tiany was slightly stunned, then said lightly, "Didn't you say you were leaving?" Kong Qingming opened his eyes and looked at him with some confusion. After being stunned for a second, he reacted and said, "I said I'm out. I didn't say I was leaving." Lu Tiany sighed and didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked out. Kong Qingming followed him and asked, "If you were going out of the base, why didn't you call me? I haven't been out for a long time." Saying that, he raised his hand and patted his yawning mouth. Lu Tiany didn't say anything, just kept walking down the stairs. Although they weren't inseparable, as long as they left the base, they would go out together. No matter who wanted to go out, the other would follow. This pair of gay friends in the base, others would think that they were a couple. Because these two people were good-looking, even if they were together, it was acceptable. Although they themselves were not interested in men, after the apocalypse, under the situation where there was a large decrease in women, men who were good-looking, fair-skinned, and thin were all very popular. Therefore, people said that the apocalypse was also an era of gay. Unfortunately, these two were very suitable for gay men. They only liked women's bodies and structure, and had no interest in men at all. But there were many men who had ideas about their chrysanthemums. It was just that these people weren't as strong as these two. Otherwise, the most common incident after the apocalypse would have happened to these two people. It had indeed happened before, but the result? Hee. In the end, those people were either cut into human sticks by Lu Tiany, or thrown out of the base to feed the zombies by Kong Qingming. Chapter 48. On the other side, Lin Qiao, Xie Dong, and Tiny Tot were two corpses. After staying in the space for a few days, Lin Qiao released Xie Dong and his people from the space. Wu Yueling was still in her space. But now the little girl was used to living in her space, so she was not so afraid. He could even chase rabbits everywhere, although he still didn't pay much attention to people. He didn't know if it was a problem with Lin Qiao's space or the lake. Anyway, Wu Yueling didn't really feel hungry. Even if she was hungry, it wouldn't be to the point where her bodily functions would disappear. As for Lin Qiao himself, it seemed that as long as he stayed in the space, the feeling of hunger seemed to be less intense. She wouldn't care even if she smelled Wu Yueling's scent. Only Xie Dong seemed to be unable to control himself. As soon as he smelled Wu Yueling's scent, he couldn't help but stare at her, and gradually, he became delirious. Therefore, Lin Qiao told him not to come out of the small space if there was nothing important. Otherwise, a grown man drooling over a 4- or 5-year-old girl would look like a pervert. Xie Dong asked her if she would be chased by her father if she took the little princess of the base away. Lin Qiao expressed that he would do it if he had the ability. She had her own space, so who was she afraid of? No matter how powerful that man was, he couldn't enter her space. Xie Dong was curious as to why she wanted to kidnap a child, and every time he asked, Xie Dong would tell him. She just bared her teeth at him and refused to say anything. Although he was even more curious, he would not continue to pursue the matter. After a few days, she felt that the level 5 zombie would not appear again. Only then did he bring Xie Dong out of the space. A foul stench permeated the room. Corpses that had their brains bitten off would not turn into zombies even if they were infected with the virus. Only when the head is intact or at least 50% intact will it turn into a zombie. Therefore, the corpses that did not turn into zombies would rot. Because the temperature was very high during the day, even if the temperature was very low at night, it could not stop the speed at which the corpses decomposed. Especially Lin Qiao, whose nose was more sensitive than a dog's, almost fainted from the stench in the room. Lin Qiao didn't know how Lu Tianyu's head was able to remain intact at that time. If it had also been bitten off, even if her soul entered her body, she wouldn't wake up as a zombie, right? What she didn't know was that when Lu Tianyu died, Li Tianlan's expression changed. Before her head was bitten off, her soul had already arrived. She just stayed in Lu Tianyu's mind, and a wave of energy protected her mind. Those zombies only gnawed on her face, but not on her brain. So when she woke up, he directly became a high-level zombie. Of course, Lin Qiao did not know about these changes. No one knew what had happened at that time. He was probably dumbfounded and didn't know how to explain himself. The smell in the room made Lin Qiao cover his nose and jump out of the window in a hurry. Xie Dong did not feel as bad as she did. He was only sensitive to human scents, and was completely insensitive to other scents. Therefore, he strolled around the room leisurely before coming out of the staircase. He looked amusedly at Lin Qiao, who was sitting on the roof of his car. It seemed that having a good sense of smell was sometimes not a good thing. But, you are a zombie, right? How could it be afraid of the rotten smell? Which zombie would be afraid of this smell? With the map, she didn't need to enter the city anymore. The two zombies drove straight to the south. A few hours after the two of them left, another military off-road vehicle appeared downstairs of the building they had left. A man and a woman got out of the car and walked into the building, ignoring the surrounding zombies. The surrounding zombies wanted to get close to the two of them, but they couldn't. Because they would be struck by lightning. The man in camouflage had no expression on his face, but there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He looked at the woman in front of him blankly and asked, "Are they really here?" He waved his hand casually without looking, and a few thin lightning bolts fell from the sky. They struck the heads of a few zombies that were slowly approaching them. With a few puffs, the zombies immediately trembled, and then they fell to the ground with smoke. Meng Yu closed her eyes and felt carefully. She looked upstairs with some uncertainty. The feeling is faint, I'm not sure. But it's better to have a little clue than to search aimlessly. As she spoke, she took the lead to walk up the stairs. The two of them searched up floor by floor, but they found nothing. Only when they entered the room with the rotting corpses did they find something. Both of them were hit by the stench in the room, and they covered their noses before reluctantly walking in. Meng Yu's sense of Wu Yueling stopped here. The two of them observed the 4 corpses in the room, and they were all eaten by zombies. The breath of these people seems a little familiar. Have we met them before? Meng Yu covered her nose and calmly glanced at the corpses. She asked with some confusion. Wu Qingyue carefully sensed for a while, and then recognized the appearance of the corpses. He shook his head and said, "They have been dead for a few days, and their breath has dissipated. My sense is not as sensitive as yours. I can't recognize them." Meng Yu looked at them and really couldn't see anything. She turned around and left the room, going outside to breathe fresh air. Wu Qingyue followed her out. He asked, "Are you sure that Lingling's breath appeared here? Could it be a mistake?" Meng Yu glanced at him with dissatisfaction and said, "If you don't believe me, why did you follow me? Go find them yourself." Wu Qingyue immediately tried to please her, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. It gave people a warm and moist feeling, like a clear and gentle stream of water. "No. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I think you might have made a mistake. I know you are worried about Lingling, just like me." Meng Yu was slightly shocked by his smile, and she couldn't stay calm in front of a handsome guy's smile. However, he still harumphed and said, You see. You said I would make a mistake. Why don't you think about it? Have I ever made a mistake? I know you are worried, but you also know that I am worried about Lingling. Why would I bring you to look for her?" Then she turned around and walked downstairs. Wu Qingyue looked back at the unrecognizable corpses in the room, and then turned around to follow her. "If you said that Lingling appeared here, then it must be that female zombie who brought her here. But among the people here, who was the one who ate? Was it that female zombie who ate them? Then why didn't she eat Lingling?" Meng Yu shook her head and said, "Not necessarily, the smell was too strong just now. But I felt that more than one zombie came here, so it must have been eaten by other zombies." Didn't Yunlong also say that female zombie didn't have any hostility on her? She really didn't eat people. I agree with him on this point. So don't scare yourself, Lingling will be fine. Chapter 49. As they talked, they quickly went downstairs. Meng Yu stood in front of the building and closed her eyes to feel carefully. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and there was a flash of joy in her eyes. She raised her right hand with her palm facing up. Then, she saw a small green grass growing out of the flesh of her palm. The two of them immediately fixed their gazes on Xiao Chao's leaves. The grass was not tall, only 2 centimeters. It shook in Meng Yu's palm, and then swayed left and right. The surrounding zombies smelled the scent of the two people. Immediately, they turned towards them again, and walked unsteadily towards the two of them. Not far away, 3 figures were running in the direction that Lin Chao left, leaping on all 4s to chase. It was the level 5 zombie and its 2 subordinates. The 3 ran very fast, not knowing if they were in a hurry to chase Lin Chao or afraid of being targeted by Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue's eyes slightly looked in the direction they ran, and then continued to stare at the grass in Meng Yu's hand. At the same time, one of his hands did not stop, waving left and right. Streaks of purple lightning crackled down, clearing the zombies that were constantly approaching them. Furthermore, bolts of lightning formed a circle around the two of them. It was like a huge lightning beam, covering the two people in the middle. The two people stared at the grass intently. The grass swayed left and right for a while. However, one of the tips of the two leaves bent down, while the other flew up in a slanted manner. Like a pointer, it began to point outwards. Then the two of them saw the direction that Xiao Chao was pointing at. It was the direction that Wu Qingyue had sensed the level 5 zombie leaving. Over there, Meng Yu said with certainty. Wu Qingyue slightly frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" There were several high-level zombies going that way. Meng Yu was stunned and turned to look at him. She asked, "Several high-level zombies? Is it possible that the female zombie is also inside?" She had focused all her attention on the grass, and her sensing of the surroundings was reduced by 70%. So she did not find anything else. Wu Qingyue shook his head and said, "I can't sense its aura. But those zombies seem to be chasing something, and their speed is very fast." Meng Yu said, "What are you chasing? Could it be that he is chasing after the female zombie?" It had to be said that a woman's intuition was sometimes very accurate. Especially a woman like Meng Yu who had a special ability. After hearing what she said, Wu Qingyue also felt that the possibility was very high. He didn't realize that Lingling was heading in the same direction, but now the two were connected. The possibility was high. As soon as he thought about it, he couldn't stay any longer. He turned around and retracted the lightning around him. He got into the dark green SUV and walked over. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a few thicker lightning bolts swept towards the zombies that were crawling around the car. With a few sounds, they climbed onto the roof of the car. Or the zombies surrounding the car immediately turned into a pile of black ash. Just as they were about to reach the car door, it opened. "Leader." A soldier sitting in the driver's seat turned his head and called out to the two of them. Wu Qingyue nodded, bent over and sat in the car. He pointed in the direction that Xiao Chao had pointed and said, "Go that way. Hurry up." Meng Yu also got into the back seat, and Xiao Chao had disappeared from her hand. "Understood." The soldier immediately nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and turned the steering wheel. The car immediately reversed, and then steadily turned around and rushed onto the road. Lin Qiao, who was sitting in the back seat of the other car, didn't know that there were two groups of people chasing after her. And they were all people she couldn't deal with. She looked at the map and studied the route. Xie Dong was driving in front. After studying for a long time, Xie Dong told her. Strange, she didn't need to study the road in this area, as long as they got on the highway. Xie Dong might be more familiar with this area, so he didn't need her to guide him. He already knew which way to get on the highway to Zhe province. Lin Qiao stared at him with dissatisfaction. If he knew the way, why didn't he tell her? He let her blindly look for the road here. She wasn't familiar with this area. So she still wanted to figure out the route if she wasn't familiar with it. She originally wanted to sit in the car and then enter the space. She let Xie Dong drive alone to see if he could take her and the space with him. However, when she came out of the space, she was still in the same place. The car was already 100 meters ahead, and she was out of the car. So Lin Qiao could only follow the car out of boredom. She had wanted to go into the space to water the strawberries, because the strawberries she randomly planted in the space really came back to life. And after a few days of observation, she didn't know whether it was because she watered the lake water or the soil. The stench of the strawberries was slowly weakening, and the area where the strawberries were planted was no longer so smelly. Originally, Lin Qiao thought that the strawberries she moved in had a low survival rate. Unexpectedly, all of them came back to life, and none of them died. So a few days ago, when she had nothing to do in the space, she dug the strawberry field with her claws and cleaned it. She picked the ripe strawberries, washed them, and put them in a bowl for Wu Yueling to eat. She still remembered Xie Dong's confused expression when he saw her messy strawberry field. He didn't know what to express. Xie Dong thought at that time. What the hell were these strawberries? They didn't look normal. They were mutated and poisonous, right? And as a zombie, why would she plant strawberries? Did zombies eat strawberries? He really went over to pick it up. For normal zombies, other than the smell of humans, they couldn't smell any other smells. Xie Dong couldn't smell the pungent stench. There was no taste when he took a bite. It was like biting wax. So he had a great dislike for the strawberries in his heart. So he didn't understand why Lin Qiao wanted to plant strawberries. Until he saw Lin Qiao wash the strawberries and put them in a bowl for Wu Yueling. Then he understood what was going on. There was also a rabbit. Xie Dong also saw it. But he had no interest in the rabbit. So when Lin Qiao asked him if he smelled the fragrance of the rabbit, he looked at Lin Qiao inexplicably. People after the end of the world all knew that zombies only ate humans. They didn't eat other living things. But Lin Qiao finally told him that she could eat it. And she could eat both rabbits and mice, and the taste was not bad. So, Xie Dong was confused when he saw her. What kind of zombie is this? Where did this mutant come from? She had memories, could control herself not to eat people, had a very good nose, could plant, and had such a big precious space. Not only that, she could also absorb other people's space and make it hers. This was a bit too scary. What was more scary was that she had memories and the same IQ as humans. Chapter 50. Xie Dong's off-road vehicle was driving on the highway. There were many abandoned cars on the roadside. Originally, many roads in urban areas and towns were blocked by abandoned cars, but in the past few years, the roads had become more and more crowded. But in the past few years, when people came out to hunt zombies, they all drove out. Therefore, the places that they had been to would slowly clear out some clear paths. When the apocalypse came, everyone was panicking. No one cared about the traffic rules, so everyone wanted to drive away. More and more cars drove on the road, and the result could be imagined. Car accidents happened one after another, and once it happened, it was a chain. So many cars were full of people who couldn't escape in time, or they abandoned their cars. Therefore, after Doomsday, many places were the same. Only after establishing a survivor's base. Only after establishing a survival base, did they slowly come back to their senses, and gradually found a way to survive in the zombie horde. The two of them rushed south day and night. When the car ran out of gas, they would take out the gas from the space to fill it. When they met other zombie hunting squads on the road, they would usually avoid them. If they couldn't avoid them, Xie Dong could only bite the bullet and fight alone. Like now, just you alone. Where are your teammates? A group of big men blocked in front of Xie Dong's car. Xie Dong stopped the car and sat in the driver's seat without moving. He quietly looked at the 7 men surrounding his car. As soon as these people appeared, they arrogantly blocked in front of his car. These 7 people were all wearing thick bulletproof vests. They were dressed in black field training clothes, holding rifles in their hands. There were also guns on their waists, legs, and backs. They looked like they were fully armed. Then, as soon as he stopped, they swarmed up and surrounded his car. When they saw that he was alone in the car, the 7 people were very surprised. They stared greedily at his car and kept scanning. It seemed that there was nothing good. Then they spoke to him with a cold and rude attitude. As soon as Xie Dong saw these people's appearance and clothes, he knew that he had encountered the apocalypse bandits. There was a type of people who clearly had fighting power. They were in the base, but they were unwilling to defend the base, and they were also unwilling to leave the base to hunt zombies for food. They liked to sneakily rob other people's things in the base, or steal, rob, or cheat. In any case, they were a group of hoodlums. As a result, after a long time, these people were reported by the people in the base, and the managers of the base drove them out of the base. So they wandered outside, and because they hated the people in the base, they often attacked the corpse hunting squads. No one cared about robberies and murders anymore. He became even more arrogant. Almost anyone they encountered or targeted would not return to the base alive. Therefore, from the actions of these people and the look in their eyes, they knew who they were. Xie Dong didn't move, nor did he reply. A man pounded on the car window next to Xie Dong and shouted at him fiercely, "Get out, boy." Xie Dong knew that if he didn't get out of the car, these people would flip the car over. That was because the other party was an ability user and not an ordinary person. Quan quietly opened the car door and alighted. The men all had strong personalities. They were tall, short, fat, and buff. As soon as they saw Xie Dong get out of the car, they immediately got into the car and looked around, but they couldn't find any food. "Damn it, there's nothing in this kid's car," a tall and muscular man said with a fierce look on his face. He anxiously looked around the car, but he couldn't find anything. He immediately cursed angrily. Hearing that, the expressions of the others darkened as well. They had been looking here for almost a month, and this was the first time they saw a car passing by. They, who were already starving, immediately wanted to rush up and see if there was any food in the car. But the car was stopped, and there was only one person in the car. Their hearts turned cold. If there was only one person, it meant that he didn't have much food. And there were 7 of them, and they had been starving for a few days. But they didn't expect to find nothing in the car, let alone food for one person. There was not even half a person's food. After knowing that there was no food in the car, they immediately glared at Xie Dong. They stared at him and asked, "Tell me, where did you put the food? Did you hide it?" As they spoke, someone immediately leaned toward him, wanting to see if he had any food on him. Xie Dong took a step back when the person leaned toward him. He really wanted to say, "If you want to talk about food, it's the meat on your body." But he couldn't speak now, and of course, he wouldn't really eat people. Although he had become a zombie, he hadn't lost his humanity after being a zombie for more than 20 years. His 3 views were still correct. Although the smell on these people was very tempting, making him want to rush up and bite their throats. But he held back. When the person who leaned over saw Xie Dong retreat, he immediately became angry. He raised the gun in his hand and was about to smash Xie Dong's face. He scolded, "What the hell are you dodging for? If you don't want to die even more miserably, then stand still. Otherwise, we'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and eat it." Eating human flesh, in these people's eyes, was already nothing new. This was nothing new, because when they were hungry, they were even scarier than ghosts. Otherwise, how could they survive in the outside world where there were zombies everywhere? Otherwise, how could they say that anyone who met them? What about those who didn't survive? Most of them had been eaten. There was a shortage of food at the end of the world, so in order to survive, people would become crazy. When it came to eating people, there would only be some psychological barriers after the first 2 or 3 times. As long as the first few times were over, as long as they passed the first few times, they would slowly accept it and get used to it. Because the torment of hunger would make people lose their minds and make them go crazy. This was the end of the world. Therefore, what he said now was just to scare Xie Dong. He wanted Xie Dong to be afraid, to make him panic. In any case, in the end, they would not let Xie Dong leave. Because human flesh was also food. Therefore, the current survivors of the end of the world would rather encounter zombies after leaving the base. They didn't want to encounter this human anymore. Thinking about it, people who ate people were scarier than zombies without intelligence. Seeing that the person smashing the gun towards his face, Xie Dong dodged with his head. He raised his hand to block, blocking the person's gun handle. When that person saw that Xie Dong still dared to block, he immediately became angry. He raised his leg and kicked towards Xie Dong. Xie Dong immediately dodged. He didn't fight head-on with this bandit who was actually not as tall as him. Instead, he turned around and threw a heavy punch at the man behind him. Behind Xie Dong was a fat man. He acted as a meat shield to prevent people from escaping. But he didn't expect that Xie Dong wouldn't deal with the short man who attacked him. He actually turned around and fiercely punched his face. He couldn't react in time. The bridge of his nose took a heavy punch. That sour feeling made his tears and snot flow out. A wood dash, the fat man screamed and squatted down while covering his nose. After Xie Dong punched him, he knew that it would have such an effect. Therefore, he didn't even retract his hand. In a flash, he jumped away from the fat man. Chapter 51. Tut, tut, tut. When the others saw Xie Dong move, they immediately took out their guns and fired at him. They cursed, "Motherfucker, you're asking for it. Then I'll let you die." But then they were stunned. Because Xie Dong didn't dodge at all. After jumping over the fat man, he suddenly turned around. Standing behind him, he ignored the bullets that hit him. He bent down and pierced the fat man's back with his claws. Poochie, a beating heart was pulled out by him in the next second. The fat man's eyes bulged and his mouth opened wide. But the scream was stuck in his throat, and then he slowly fell to the side. With a puff, he collapsed on the ground. Xie Dong only had eyes for the beating heart in his hand. He didn't care about the others for the time being. These people didn't know that they were hungry. But Xie Dong was even hungrier than them. After Xie Dong woke up as a zombie, he hadn't eaten for a few days. Because his level was low, he was tormented by hunger all day long. If it wasn't for Lin Qiao's suppression and the effect of the lake water, he would probably have slowly lost his mind and become a crazy zombie with memories. At that time, he might eat anyone he saw and bite anyone he saw. He wouldn't be able to tell good from bad. Xie Dong held the heart in his hand and smelled the tempting smell. But he was struggling in his heart. Even if it was an evil person, it was still a human. If he ate it, wouldn't it be the same as eating a human? But he was really very hungry now. His stomach was twisted by the package, making him restless. But there was another voice in his heart telling him that he was no longer a human, he was a zombie. Zombies eating humans was a normal physiological reaction. He didn't need to care about those views of human nature. Therefore, Xie Dong looked at the heart and hesitated whether he should bite into it or not. The other 6 robbers who were still alive stared at the heart in Xie Dong's hand. He didn't even look at them. He didn't even feel the bullets that hit him. This strange look made the others dumbfounded. This. What was going on? How could this person dig out someone's heart with his bare hands? Why didn't the bullets hit him? Why did he look hungry when he stared at the heart? What was going on? In their eyes, Xie Dong was still a human. They all thought that Xie Dong was a human since he was able to drive here normally. However, Xie Dong's current behavior had exceeded the limits of human behavior. At this moment, they suddenly saw this man. He put the heart in his hand into his mouth and bit it hard. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, staining his mouth red. Seeing the satisfied look in Xia Dong's eyes, the robbers were stunned. His mind went blank for a moment. They also ate humans, but they would at least cook the human flesh before eating them. But eating raw was something that even these cruel and merciless villains wouldn't do. Therefore, when they saw Xia Dong directly biting the heart into his mouth, they were horrified. This person was even more ferocious than them. One of the others, who seemed to be their leader, reacted quickly. He calmed down and observed Xia Dong. He noticed that blood was gushing out of the bullet holes in Xia Dong's body. However, the blood was purplish-black, not bright red. When he saw Xia Dong eating a human heart, he thought that Xia Dong was the same kind of person as them. But now that he calmed down, he noticed something unusual about Xia Dong. His action of piercing a human body with his bare hands and digging out the heart was so agile and direct. It was like an instinctive action. He ignored the bullets that hit him and didn't react at all. The blood that flowed out of the wound wasn't the normal red color, it was purplish-black. It was like blood that had accumulated for a long time without flowing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the robber leader's mind. His expression changed. He quickly retreated and shouted, "Retreat! He's a high-level zombie." As he retreated, he shot at Xia Dong's head. When the others heard him, they were all shocked. Then, they hurriedly retreated. As for Xia Dong, after he swallowed the first heart, he quickly stuffed it into his mouth. He hurriedly stuffed the heart into his mouth in 2 or 3 bites. Just then, the robbers beside him quickly retreated. They really wanted to shoot at him. Xia Dong, who was eating, was a bit slow, as if he didn't feel the bullets coming at his head. So if he was hit in the head by these bullets, the consequences might not be good. So, just as the bullets were about to hit Xia Dong, suddenly, a figure flashed from the side and blocked in front of Xia Dong. He grabbed at the air with both hands and then bullets fell from the figure's hands. The robbers. Where did this zombie come from? Lin Qiao threw the bullets in his hands on the ground and glanced at the robbers with disdain. Suddenly, he turned around and kicked Xia Dong. Xia Dong was immersed in the delicious taste of eating a living heart when he was suddenly kicked. He turned around and looked at Lin Qiao blankly. Lin Qiao bared his teeth at him and roared in disdain, "Roar, don't just eat. Do you want to be shot in the head?" Only then did Xia Dong come back to his senses and suddenly realized what he had eaten. His expression changed and he suddenly rushed to the side. He bent over and made a vomiting motion. He even stuck his hand into his throat. It seemed like he wanted to dig out the thing that he had eaten. Lin Qiao, he had already eaten it, why the hell would he vomit now? But soon, she didn't have the mood to care about Xia Dong because the robbers were already attacking her. After the 6 robbers spread out, they continued to shoot at Lin Qiao with their guns. Lin Qiao looked at the trajectory of the bullets as if it was a game. Her body flashed and she dodged a bullet that was aimed at her. At the same time, she rushed toward the robber closest to her. This person had the slowest reaction. He only had time to flip over from the guardrail of the road. Lin Qiao, who was behind him, arrived. She didn't even get close to the robber. She directly swung her claw at him. Plop! A human head was cut off and flew into the air, landing on the asphalt road by the side of the road. Blood splattered all over the ground. After Lin Qiao swung her claw, her body didn't stop. Instead, she did a backflip and dodged a big fireball that was coming at her. But it wasn't over yet. What followed was a rain of ice blades. The superpower user who threw the fireball wasn't very high. He was only level 3. But the one who threw the ice blades was a level 4 superpower. He was the man who shouted to retreat. Their attacks were sudden, fast, and fierce. But they couldn't match Lin Qiao's speed. So when the fireball hit the ground, Lin Qiao had already dodged to the side. When the ice blade flew towards her, Lin Qiao's figure disappeared in a flash. When she appeared again, she was already next to the robber who threw the fireball. Chapter 52. Watch out! The bandit leader shouted subconsciously when he saw Lin Qiao appear beside the fire superpower user who was more than 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. But it was useless, because he had just finished shouting. He saw Lin Qiao wave her claws again. The fire superpower robber. His head flew off. Dash. The others held their guns and shot at Lin Qiao in a panic. But Lin Qiao was too fast and they couldn't lock onto her figure. By the time the bullets were fired, Lin Qiao had already rushed to another position. When the others saw this, they immediately gave up on attacking. They turned around and ran. The leader of the robbers with the ice ability ran the fastest. In his heart, he judged that Lin Qiao was too dangerous. So when he shouted just now and saw Lin Qiao kill the fire paranormal, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately decided to run. He quickly jumped into the forest and his figure immediately disappeared. The others didn't care either. They all rushed in different directions and fled in a panic. Lin Qiao chose the slowest one and sped up to catch up with him. A few seconds later, a scream came from not far away. After a while, Lin Qiao came back with a pile of clothes and weapons. Obviously, after she killed the robber, she also stripped his clothes and equipment. As soon as Lin Qiao came out, the clothes in her hands flashed. They were gone. She walked to the fire superpower robber and glanced at Xie Dong, who was still vomiting, then left him alone. She bent down and continued to strip the clothes. Lin Qiao smelled the scent of blood and felt his stomach stirring. It churned as if something was about to rush out. However, she forcefully suppressed it. Xie Dong couldn't suppress his hunger, but she could. So, she wouldn't let herself eat people so easily. Xie Dong vomited for a long time but couldn't vomit anything. He finally gave up. He stood up and wiped the blood on his mouth with his sleeve, then turned around and walked out. But when he looked at the situation, other than the fat man he killed at the beginning, there were two naked headless corpses lying around. And Lin Qiao was really stripping the fat man's clothes. The thick blood energy in the surroundings caused the hunger he had just suppressed to immediately surge out again. Xie Dong was stunned. What just happened? How did it end just like that because he was careless? Lin Qiao forcefully ripped off the clothes of the last fat man. Only after putting them into the space did he stand up and look at Xie Dong. However, his face was still dark and blue, and his eyes were dark and gloomy. His expression was dark and ugly. It seemed that although he had eaten a human's heart, he hadn't passed the psychological barrier. From the looks of it, he must have been disgusted mentally to have such an ugly expression on his face. The two of them killed these robbers without any psychological burden at all. Anyway, their occupation before the apocalypse was to kill people. Therefore, Lin Qiao treated it as getting rid of a pest for the people. After all, he was the one who provoked them. Of course, she wouldn't show any mercy. Unfortunately, only a few of them managed to escape. Therefore, after those people ran away, they would continue to harm others. Lin Qiao walked to the side of the car, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. He waited quietly for Xie Dong to come in. After Xie Dong saw Lin Qiao enter the car, he knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. He walked over and got into the back seat. His mind was filled with the feeling of eating the heart just now. On one hand, he was thinking about the delicious taste in his mouth. On the other hand, he was trapped in the circle of eating a human's heart raw. Lin Chao knew that his mind was in a mess, and his emotions might be unstable. Therefore, he took his place and drove the car. After the car started, it continued to move forward. The further away from the city, the more desolate the road became. There were still many zombie cars on the side of the road. Not long after Lin Chao drove the car away, 3 figures quickly leaped over. With these 3 steps, he could jump dozens of meters away. His speed was very fast. Especially the one in front, one leap was more than 100 meters. Soon, the 3 figures rushed to the place where Lin Chao and Xie Dong were stopped, and then stopped. It was the level 5 ice-type zombie leader. It had caught up with them with its 2 subordinates. It stopped and stood in the middle of the road, sniffing left and right. It seemed to be confirming something. The 2 behind it didn't have so many concerns. As soon as they arrived, they directly rushed to the corpses that had just died not long ago. But they didn't immediately open their mouths to eat. Instead, they found 2 heads that Lin Chao had cut off and handed them to the level 5 zombie. After the level 5 zombie confirmed Lin Chao's breath, it looked at the direction where the car left. Then it turned its head and looked at the heads that the 2 subordinates handed over. It seemed that it felt that Lin Chao and Xie Dong hadn't gone far. It didn't matter if it delayed here, it would catch up with them in a while. Let's eat something first. So it took a head and used its claws to cut it. Like cutting a melon, it cut open the skull of the head. Then it held the head with one hand and used the other hand to dig into the cut, and dug out a pile of white brain matter. Then it stuffed it into its mouth and ate with relish. Soon it finished eating one, and then continued to eat the other. The 2 level 3 zombies saw that it ate 2 heads, so they simultaneously looked at the 3rd head, which was the head of the fat man. In the next moment, all of them rushed towards the fat man at the same time. But when it was in front of the fat man, the 2 of them fought again. If you scratch me once, I'll scratch you once. They fought back and forth, but they didn't use their full strength. Roar dash, maybe it was annoyed by the 2 fighting, the zombie leader suddenly turned its head and roared at the 2. So, the 2 immediately quieted down. They stood next to the fat man's body and didn't move. The zombie leader threw the empty skull in its hand and walked over. It cut off the fat man's head and picked it up. Then it cut the head in half and threw the 2 halves of the head to the 2 level 3 zombies. The 2 zombies immediately caught it at the same time, and then each held the half head with both hands, squatted on the ground and buried their faces to eat. They didn't have the elegant movements of the zombie leader. They didn't even use their fingers to dig, they directly ate it with their mouths. At this time, the zombie leader bent over the fat man's body and saw that the fat man's heart was gone. It straightened up, looked at the other 2 headless corpses, and walked over. Then it used its claws to dig out the heart of the robber with the fire ability. It put it in front of its nose and smelled it, but it showed a disgusted expression. It bared its teeth, but it didn't throw the heart away. Instead, it put it in its mouth and took a bite, and then its expression became playful. He was disgusted, but he endured it and ate it. The hearts of these corpses had already stopped beating and lost their activity. So, the smell and taste were of course incomparable to the one that Xie Dong had just taken out. Chapter 53. But zombies' food was humans. Zombies without food. What the survivors didn't know was that zombies without food would also die. But they wouldn't die so quickly. Moreover, the lower the level of the zombies, the longer they could live without human food. Because they moved slowly, they didn't need much energy. So if they didn't have food, they would wander slowly and lazily. And the higher the level of zombies, they would have intelligence, a flexible body, and abilities. All of these required energy and food. If they didn't eat humans, High-level zombies would slowly degenerate into low-level zombies. Then it would speed up the death of the virus in the body, and gradually the virus would not be active. Then the body of the zombie would become an ordinary corpse, and then rot. But low-level zombies were very hungry, and could go without food for 3 to 5 years. They wouldn't die immediately, but their movement would become slower. But high-level zombies didn't have the ability to endure hunger. Usually, they wouldn't go hungry for a year. If they didn't eat human meat for a year, they would need other things to provide energy, such as zombie cores. However, the corpse core was only a temporary substitute. And among the internal organs of the human body, only the heart was the most suitable for high-level zombies. The taste of the heart was far more delicious than the meat of the body. The blood production in the heart was also more intense than the other parts of the body. So high-level zombies would eat the heart first, which was their main food. The zombie leader ate 2 human brains and 2 hearts. The rest was left for the 2 level 3 zombies to eat. When they were almost done gnawing, the zombie leader let out a roar. It called them to continue in the direction of Lin Chao's car. They turned into 3 running beasts and chased after it. Lin Chao drove for another half an hour. She found that she was on a bridge, which wasn't long. It was about 70 or 80 meters. The problem was, the bridge had collapsed. She stopped the car at the end of the road, and looked out the window to see the situation in front of her. Looking at the broken road, Lin Chao could only sigh. She looked back at Xie Dong. But she found that Xie Dong's face had changed, and seemed to be paler than before. However, it lacked the original dark green color of the death qi. Xie Dong also looked at the road and knew that the 2 of them couldn't take this road. At this point, he had calmed down a lot, although he still felt very uncomfortable. But slowly, he could endure it. Moreover, his body had also undergone some changes. He felt as if his body had become more agile, and his muscles were no longer as stiff as before. His movements were no longer as strenuous as before. It was much easier now. He even felt the sense of control over his ability before he turned into a zombie, and he seemed to have touched a little. Furthermore, he could faintly feel that his mind had cleared up quite a bit. Previously, he had been feeling a little confused, but now, that feeling had disappeared. He looked in front of him, then raised his hand to point behind him and crooked his finger. Lin Chao knew what he meant, which was to retreat. Because there was a fork in the road more than 10 kilometers back, they could only take a detour. She nodded, started the car, turned it around, and drove back. However, just a few kilometers after she drove the car back, Lin Chao suddenly slammed on the brakes. Before Xie Dong could react, his vision blurred. He found that he had entered Lin Chao's telepathic eye space together with his car. And Lin Chao, at this time, was on the grass outside the car. Less than 3 seconds after Lin Chao's car disappeared on the road, a figure suddenly rushed to the place where Lin Chao disappeared. Roar! The figure turned around on the spot, suddenly raised his head and let out a beast-like roar. Lin Chao was in the telepathic eye space, closing her eyes to look at the situation outside. She couldn't help but frown. This zombie leader actually kept chasing her. It seemed that it couldn't wait to dig out the zombie nucleus in her brain and absorb it to vent its hatred. Unexpectedly, it held a grudge. Encountering such a vengeful zombie leader, it was really enough. Xie Dong doubtfully opened the door and got out of the car. He didn't know why Lin Chao suddenly sent the 2 of them into the telepathic eye space together with the car, but looking at her hurried appearance. It was because she had a premonition of danger, so she suddenly did so. Lin Chao heard Xie Dong's sound and opened her eyes. Seeing his questioning eyes, she took out a piece of paper and wrote, "The level 5 zombie has caught up." After writing, her eyes slightly sank, and the dark eyes surged. She had to find a way to kill the level 5 zombie. But she felt that her current strength couldn't suppress the opponent, and she couldn't beat it at all. And the opponent had 2 level 3 subordinates. Although Xia Dong looked like an intelligent level 3 zombie, in fact, his fighting power was not even as good as a level 2 ordinary zombie. Because Xia Dong had never eaten a human, he didn't have human flesh and blood to support him. And the 2 level 3 zombies had eaten humans, so they leveled up. There was no doubt about their strength, they must be fierce. So Xia Dong didn't need to deal with 2 of them, he couldn't even fight one. And that level 5 zombie gave Lin Qiao a sense of oppression, although it seemed to be less than before. This meant that Lin Qiao's strength had increased, although she still didn't know how it increased. In any case, after being struck by Wu Qingyue's lightning, it seemed to have increased. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao was a little confused. Other people ate human flesh and absorbed zombie nuclei or crystal nuclei to increase their strength. Why was it that absorbing zombie nuclei and crystal nuclei didn't work for her, but being struck by lightning had an effect? What the hell was this? Could it be that if she wanted to increase her strength in the future, she still had to find that man and let him strike her? Lin Qiao, go away, stop messing around. Xia Dong saw her words and was stunned for a moment. Then he frowned. He looked at Lin Qiao with doubt in his eyes. Because every time Lin Qiao saw that level 5 zombie, she would run away. This couldn't go on. In fact, in his heart, he always thought that Lin Qiao's fighting power should be similar to that of the level 5 zombie. As for why Lin Qiao ran when she saw it, it could be because Lin Qiao didn't want to fight with it. Because if they fought, it might not be good for both sides, and the price they would pay would not be small. Lin Qiao saw his eyes and also felt his thoughts. She wrote on the paper, I am not its opponent. If we really fight, I will be the one at a disadvantage. I don't want to cause trouble now. She just wanted to find her family in peace, she didn't want to fight with a level 5 zombie here. Maybe something unexpected would happen. If she couldn't beat the opponent's strength. If she was beaten to a state where she couldn't move, it would delay her time again. Lin Qiao didn't even have any news about her family, she didn't know whether they were alive or dead. In fact, she was very anxious in her heart. It was just that her rationality suppressed all these emotions, she could only calmly accept that she was a zombie, and then find a way to go south. Chapter 54. When Xia Dong saw her words, he put away his doubts. He glanced at the grass in the distance. Wu Yueling was holding the little rabbit, standing far away and looking at them. He turned around and walked into Lin Qiao's small space. Lin Qiao sensed the situation outside and saw that the level 5 zombie was still unwillingly circling the road where they disappeared. She temporarily gave up the idea of going out. She walked towards Wu Yueling. She didn't know when that rabbit started to have a good relationship with Wu Yueling. But it was only willing to be close to Wu Yueling. As long as Lin Qiao approached, it would immediately jump away. Just like now, Wu Yueling watched the rabbit run away and didn't care. She was actually very quiet, except for her introverted personality. She had been quietly staying in Lin Qiao's space without crying or making a fuss. She didn't even ask Lin Qiao to let her out. Although she was afraid of her at first, she wasn't anymore. She was actually staying here with a clear conscience. Didn't this child miss her father? At first, she always called him father in her heart. Lin Qiao couldn't help but feel that this child's heart was really big. Wasn't she afraid that she wouldn't be able to see her father in the future? She didn't look anxious at all. Other children probably wanted to go out and find their family. Seeing Lin Qiao coming over, Wu Yueling stared at her with her big eyes. She was so cute, her eyes were black and round, and her little face was pink and tender. Lin Chao walked over and saw that her bowl of strawberries had been finished. So she took her bowl and turned to walk towards the strawberry field. After 2 steps, she felt that Tiny was also following her. She looked back at Tiny and didn't say anything. She turned back and continued to walk forward. When she arrived at the strawberry field, Lin Chao looked at the strawberries that had grown normally. So she picked this one and that one. These days, she had almost picked all the ripe strawberries, but there were still many that were 7 or 8 ripened. Because Tiny didn't eat much, and the strawberries were big. A child would be full after eating 2 or 3. Lin Chao felt that it wasn't enough to just let the child eat strawberries. She had also finished the biscuits from before, but she hadn't eaten the instant noodles. Because Xie Dong couldn't control his ability. Either the water suddenly boiled dry, or there was no reaction at all. It almost burned a hole in the bottom of the pot that Lin Chao brought in. Lin Chao wondered if there were any living things like mountain rats in the mountains outside. She would have to wait until she got out. Catch a few for Xiao Budian as well to improve his diet. But first, she had to solve the fire problem. She didn't have a lighter in her space, and Xie Dong didn't have one either. Because he had always used his finger as a matchstick. He himself was a huge lighter. When Lin Chao picked the strawberries, Wu Yueling followed behind her. However, she just followed behind Lin Chao and did nothing. Lin Chao could not sense her emotions and thoughts. He had no idea what this child was up to. He picked 7 or 8 strawberries and filled the bowl with strawberries. Lin Chao took the strawberries to the lake and washed them. Wu Yueling followed her to the lake. Then, she silently watched as Lin Chao washed the strawberries and stuffed the whole bowl to her. After Lin Chao gave the strawberries to Wu Yueling, she turned around and prepared to water the strawberries. However, when she took a bucket to the lake to fetch water, she found that Wu Yueling was silently following behind her. She stopped and looked at Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling also stared at her with her big eyes. Her eyes were clear and shiny. Lin Chao glanced at her and found that there was no emotion in her eyes. She couldn't sense her thoughts and didn't know what she was up to. So, Lin Chao turned around and continued to fetch water, and Wu Yueling followed. Lin Chao went to water, and Wu Yueling followed. Lin Chao went to fetch water, and Wu Yueling followed. Then, she watered and followed. Then, she followed Lin Chao. After Lin Chao finished watering, she turned around and looked down at Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling continued to raise her head and stared at her with a cute face. Lin Chao. What the hell was this child up to? Why was there nothing in her eyes? No thoughts in her mind. She was going crazy. Someone, please teach her. She didn't know how to communicate with an introverted child. Lin Chao asked her with her eyes, "What's wrong with you?" Wu Yueling just looked at her calmly and didn't answer. There was no reaction in her heart. Lin Chao could only try to ask her, "Why are you following me? What do you want to say?" Wu Yueling still didn't respond and just looked at her. After Lin Chao tried a few times, the little one just looked at her without saying a word. She just looked at her, but didn't say anything. There was no sound in her heart. Lin Chao, she couldn't communicate. Sure enough, there were autistic children who didn't even want others to know their inner thoughts. Then what was she going to do? What did she want to do by following her like a little tail? One big and one small, you look down at me, I look up at you. They looked at each other silently for a few seconds. Just as Lin Chao scratched her head and was about to give up on her, Wu Yueling finally moved. When Lin Chao was about to turn around, she reached out her little hand and pulled on Lin Chao's pants. Lin Chao's pants were the ones she found in the abandoned house in the strawberry field. They were loose on her body. She had to wrap the pants so that she wouldn't step on them and fall. After Wu Yueling pulled on her, Lin Qiao stopped. Looking at her strangely, she saw her tug at the clothes on her body. Although there was no expression on her little face, there was obvious disdain in her eyes. I want to change. Dirty. Lin Qiao, all right. If you want to change clothes, just say it. You just followed behind her without saying a word. She didn't know what she was going to do. However, when she thought of the dirty clothes on this little one, she remembered that this child hadn't bathed for many days. God knows how dirty she is right now. She must be feeling uncomfortable. That was why she told her that the clothes were dirty. She didn't expect this child to be obsessed with cleanliness. If it was other children, they wouldn't care about this. But since this child wanted to change clothes, she would give her a bath. She could change into the adult clothes that had been washed before. And it was easy to wear. An adult's top could be used as a small skirt for her to wear. How simple was that? She also wanted to wash the clothes that she had just taken off the robbers' bodies and dry them so that she could wear them. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao immediately pulled Wu Yueling to the side of the lake and asked her to stand still on the shore. Lin Qiao went to get a cotton top and a ragged shirt, then put the two clothes on the clean ground at the side. Lin Qiao squatted in front of Wu Yueling. Looking at her, she said in her heart, I'll help you take a bath. Don't move. At the same time, she began to undo Wu Yueling's clothes. Wu Yueling didn't know what was going on, but she cooperated with Lin Qiao's actions. She stood there motionlessly. Chapter 55. Lin Qiao took off the little one's clothes and threw it on the ground. Then she picked up the torn clothes and tore them into pieces and wet them in the water. Then she wrung the cloth dry and used it as a towel to wipe Wu Yueling's dirty face. After wiping it 2 or 3 times, her face was finally clean. Wu Yueling obediently let her wash her face and closed her eyes expressionlessly. After Lin Qiao washed her face, she saw that her clean little face looked much better. Then she looked at her glossy long hair and was in a dilemma. How could she help her wash her face? She didn't have anything like shampoo here. She could only let it soak in the water for a while. She pushed Wu Yueling into the lake and let her stand in the shallow water. Lin Qiao began to wipe her body with the rag. The temperature in Lin Qiao's space was constant, neither too hot nor too cold. The temperature of the lake was also constant. The other Lin Qiao knew that she was a zombie. Lin Qiao thought that because she was a zombie, her skin didn't feel the temperature of the water. But it was different for Wu Yueling. When Wu Yueling got into the water, she even felt that the lake was a little warm. It wasn't cold at all. Instead, her body temperature was a little cold. Maybe it was because she took off her clothes. So when she got into the warm water, she felt very comfortable and fun. It was just that she was an introverted child and didn't show it. If it was another child, they might have already started to flop in the water. Lin Qiao also stood in the water and wiped Wu Yueling's little body. Then she poured the wet water on her body to help her wash her. She suddenly felt that she was at a disadvantage. Taking care of this child, she had to find food for her and a place to sleep for her. Now she had to help her bathe. She also had to wash her clothes later. Lin Qiao suddenly felt that she was a zombie babysitter. She should have returned this little guy earlier. That would have been so much easier. Now, he had abducted the little guy. She still had to be responsible for her safety. Although this could make her father anxious, she herself didn't seem to have it easy. And this child didn't talk or communicate with her. What a boring kid, isn't he? But fortunately, Wu Yueling didn't like to talk and was always silent. Lin Qiao didn't like naughty and noisy children the most. She gets a headache. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yueling had been quiet all this time and didn't have much of a presence. Of course, Lin Qiao wouldn't really bring her along. He would definitely throw her back to the man who looked so kind on the surface. In fact, Lin Qiao didn't even know why he made this little guy stay. Just as she was washing Wu Yueling, who had been standing still for her to wash, suddenly moved. He suddenly lifted his legs and ran to Lin Qiao's side. He then hid behind Lin Qiao's legs and stretched his head out to look at the shore. Seeing her strange behavior, Lin Qiao followed her gaze and looked up. He saw Xie Dong standing not far away, staring at the naked Wu Yueling with glowing eyes. Perhaps his gaze was too obvious, which made the sensitive Wu Yueling hide behind him in fear. Lin Qiao. Hey! Yao Ling. There's a pervert here. Cough, she straightened up and gave Xie Dong a warning glare. After being glared at by her, Xie Dong immediately sobered up. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Lin Qiao was looking at him as if she was looking at a pervert. Only then did he remember why he was here. Xie Dong wanted to tell Lin Qiao something, but when he saw Wu Yueling bathing, he was attracted by the tempting aroma of food. If he wasn't careful, he would be in a daze. Now that he was glared at by Lin Qiao, the pressure from her body immediately made him sober up. Xie Dong looked at Lin Qiao and walked over. He didn't get too close, just 5 or 6 meters away from the shore. Then he raised his hand and turned his palm up. A wisp of flame, like that of a lighter, leaped out from his palm. It stood on his palm, swaying. Lin Qiao's eyes lit up when she saw the flame. However, she gestured to Xie Dong to wait a moment. She turned around and continued to help Wu Yueling bathe. Then, she spent more than 10 minutes washing her long hair. The little guy wasn't big, but he had a lot of hair. Her black waist-length hair was originally tied into an oily ponytail. Then, the ponytail loosened and fell down. Now, Lin Qiao asked her to bend down toward the lake and soak her hair in the water. Then, he used his fingers to rub her hair. After washing it for a long time, it didn't feel so oily anymore. Then, Wu Yueling came out of the water with disheveled hair. Lin Qiao wrung the water out of her hair and put on the adult clothes for her. Wu Yueling put on the adult clothes. The sleeves were long. The hem of the clothes covered her knees. Lin Qiao directly carried her and walked to the sofa where the bed was. When he reached the bed, he put Wu Yueling on the bed and made her sit. Looking at her wet hair, Lin Qiao took out an old coat and draped it over her shoulders. Because she couldn't help her dry her hair now, she was afraid that she might get sick with her hair down. She could only give her another shirt to keep her warm. After Wu Yueling was done, Lin Qiao went to find Xie Dong. Xie Dong seemed to be practicing how to control the fire in his palm so that it wouldn't extinguish so quickly. Lin Qiao walked over and wrote on a piece of paper, "Can you use your ability now?" Xie Dong looked at her, nodded, and then shook his head. Lin Qiao knew what he was thinking. Xie Dong meant that although he could use fire, he couldn't control it well. And the fire was very small, he couldn't make it bigger. He had just eaten a human's heart. Before, he couldn't use his fire ability. Now, he immediately released it from his body, even though the fire was not strong. Although the fire wasn't big, it was obviously a huge improvement. It seemed that eating human flesh was the source of evolution for zombies. But this Xie Dong, what level was he now? Level 3. Too weak. He couldn't reach the strength of a real level 3 zombie. But he could use fire now. Maybe in a short time, he would be able to use fire more skillfully. After all, he still had his memories of using fire. He knew how to control his ability. His current source of fire energy needed to be taken from a living person. Although eating a human's heart was very unacceptable. But if he wanted to become more powerful, he should quickly adjust his mentality. Lin Qiao looked at Xie Dong and suddenly wrote on the paper, "When we get out, let's practice when we have time. I want to see where your limit is." When Xie Dong saw this, he nodded in agreement. He actually wanted to know as well. But, looking at Lin Qiao's deep and dark eyes, Xie Dong had a premonition that he was going to be abused. Lin Qiao looked at Xie Dong from head to toe. She turned around to wash Wu Yueling's clothes. Chapter 56. At this time, Lin Yu had just entered the Haiqing survivor base. His expression was a little sluggish, and his eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. He came in. He actually came in. The base's virus detection equipment did not detect any abnormalities on his body. Before coming in, he was still worried about his body. Could it be that the virus was hidden, and he looked normal? But as soon as the machine was used to check, it would immediately change. But when Lin Yu saw the zombies that were still rushing towards him, he dispelled his thoughts. If the virus was really hidden in his body, then why would the other zombies rush towards him? So Lin Yu finally decided to try to see if he could enter the base. If not, then he could only wait outside the base. But fortunately, he came in. Safe passage. Therefore, he immediately went to the registration place of the base and asked his captain if they had really entered the base. Then he went to look for them. Their captain was a level 5 ice ability user, so the temporary accommodation that Haiqing base arranged for them was not too bad. In a relatively old residential area, the buildings in this area were not tall. There were only 6 or 7 floors, and the people who lived there were ability users and their families. But in the base, they could live in such a place. It was already very good, just like ordinary people living in high-end apartments before the end of the world. As for Lin Yu's captain, Li Zheng, he and his team were arranged to stay in this empty room for the time being. Along the way, he asked others to find the location of the residential area. After Lin Yu found the building that Li Zheng and his team were in, he entered the stairs and ran up. Until he reached the 6th floor, he walked to the door of a room. Looking at the room number, he raised his head and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Someone quickly opened the door. An ordinary-looking young boy, about 20 years old, opened the door and looked outside. When he saw it was Lin Yu, his eyes suddenly widened, and his face was stunned. "Brother Lin Yu. You're not dead." 3 seconds later, an exclamation sounded. The few people in the room were originally doing their own things. They were just secretly curious about who came to the door. But when they heard this exclamation, everyone seemed to have pressed the pause button at the same time. They all froze. Then, in the next second, a few figures rushed to the door. Lin Yu stood outside the door and looked at the door that had suddenly been pushed open. Li Zheng and a few other brothers had gathered at the door. She stared at him in disbelief. "Lin Yu, you're not?" Li Zheng asked. His eyes were filled with disbelief, surprise, doubt, and confusion. His emotions were so complicated that he couldn't even speak properly. Feng Mingyu, who had just opened the door, also stared at Lin Yu with his small eyes. "Brother Lin Yu, aren't you poisoned?" Why are you?" The others also had a bunch of big question marks in their eyes. Lin Yu smiled and looked to his left and right. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he said, "Let me in first." As soon as he said this, the others immediately came back to their senses. Their bodies moved aside in tacit understanding, making way for Lin Yu to enter the house. After Lin Yu entered the house, Feng Mingyu closed the door. If anyone else had heard what Feng Mingyu had said just now, they would have been shocked. It could have brought great trouble to them and Lin Yu. After entering the house, it was just a single room. In the tens of square meters of room, 2 bunk beds were placed against the 2 sides of the wall. It was just enough for the 4 men in the house besides Lin Yu to sleep. Behind the house was a kitchen and a bathroom. The kitchen and the balcony were together. This was a very simple and very common workers' rental house before the end of the world. The kind that paid a few hundred a month for rent. The environment wasn't considered good, but fortunately, the men liked to tidy up. Other than the bunk beds, there was a square table and a few rubber stools. After Lin Yu entered, he casually took a seat against the wall and sat down. Then he waited for the others to sit down. Li Zhang, Feng Mingyu, Fei Chonglin, and Lei Yao all stared at him while looking for a place to sit. The 4 of them couldn't wait to tear Lin Yu apart from his head to his feet. After understanding everything, they would put him back together. Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their gazes. He knew that they were very, very curious about what had happened to him. However, even he himself wanted to know what had happened. He only remembered that before he fainted, he locked himself in an empty warehouse. When he woke up, he inexplicably found that he didn't turn into a zombie. But before he fainted, he clearly felt the strange changes in his body. At that time, his body couldn't move, and his limbs slowly stiffened. Moreover, he had a splitting headache, and finally the pain made him faint. In the end, when he woke up, he found that he was fine. He could move and jump like a normal person. Even his blood was bright red. But then he discovered something. There seemed to be a bite mark on his head. It was like 2 sharp canine teeth, piercing into his flesh. Lin Yu always thought that it was a bite from an animal, because it didn't look like a zombie's bite mark. Lin Yu sorted out his thoughts. Under the 4 pairs of curious and surprised eyes, he opened his mouth and said, "Actually, I also know what happened. I locked myself in a warehouse and wanted to kill myself to end my life. But my head was too painful, so painful that I couldn't even pick up a gun. So I fainted just like that. But I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up. When I woke up, I found that I was still in that warehouse." When the others heard what he said, they all looked at him in disbelief. Li Zheng slightly frowned and asked, "Then did you find anything strange around you? Or is there any part of your body that has mutated?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "Yes." Li Zheng immediately asked, "What is it?" Lin Yu replied, "I've seen the warehouse door that I closed. It was pried open by someone. I think that during the time I was unconscious, something seemed to have come in." He trusted his brothers very much. After all, they had been working together since the end of the world. They helped each other to survive in this dangerous post-apocalyptic world. Even when he was injured by the zombies this time, they didn't have the thought of giving up on him. He was the one who wanted to stay and cover for them. So whatever Lin Yu had, he wouldn't hide too much from these people. Hearing that something entered the warehouse where Lin Yu was alone, the others' eyes flashed with worry. "What is it?" Li Zheng asked. Lin Yu shook his head and said, "I also don't know. When I woke up, there was nothing in the warehouse. The door was open, but the zombies didn't come in at that time." Chapter 57. Listening to Lin Yu's explanation, the others looked at each other. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and rolled up his sleeves. He raised his left wrist and used his other hand to pull out a dagger from his thigh. "Brother Lin Yu, what are you doing?" Feng Mingyu was shocked to see him suddenly pull out a dagger. She quickly asked. Lin Yu said, "Look." As he said that, he used the sharp blade of the dagger to cut the skin of his left hand. A line of blood immediately appeared on Lin Yu's left hand. Bright red blood immediately gushed out of the wound and dripped onto the ground. The blood is red. That means there's nothing wrong with your body for the time being. Li Sheng looked at Lin Yu's blood and judged. Lin Yu didn't say anything. He just looked at them silently. He didn't move. Wound. One of the two men, who had been silent all this while, suddenly uttered two words at this moment. Lin Yu glanced at him and smiled. Sure enough, the simple-minded Lei Yao seemed to be a simple-minded person. His observation skills were the sharpest. He had always been the team scout. With Lei Yao's reminder, the others immediately focused their attention on Lin Yu's wound and discovered that the wound was slowly healing itself. Although it was very slow. But it was really healing on its own. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. They all knew that Lin Yu was an ordinary person without any ability. He didn't have any healing ability, so it was impossible for him to heal on his own. Lei Yao's eyes narrowed slightly on his stiff face. He asked, "Is it a healing ability?" Although Lei Yao's words were short, everyone understood what he meant. A few eyes immediately stared at Lin Yu's face, wanting to know his answer. Lin Yu shook his head and said, "This isn't an ability. My physique has mutated." This wasn't his ability, but his physique had changed. Moreover, this healing ability was only effective on himself. His words caused a trace of disappointment to flash across the others' eyes. But most of them felt relieved. Then, they were all happy for Lin Yu. That's great. That way, we won't have to worry about you accidentally dying. Li Sheng said with a sigh of relief. Because among the 5 of them, Lin Yu was the weakest. Because he was not a mutant. Therefore, every time there was a mission, everyone would first worry about his safety. At this moment, Lin Yu revealed a mysterious smile. That's not all. Look. As he spoke, he put the dagger in his right hand back into the sheath on his thigh. Then, he raised his right palm slightly. His expression became even more serious as he stared at his palm. Just when the others were confused about what he was going to do, they saw a wisp of black flame suddenly jump out from his palm. Although it didn't jump very high, it was only a very small wisp, only about an inch high. The little black flame stood quietly in his palm. It was calm and did not sway at all. But almost at the same time, the others jumped back in an instant. Like a few frightened cats, they ran away in a panic with their fur standing on end. In the blink of an eye, the other 4 had already retreated far away from Lin Yu's position. They all stood in the corner furthest away from Lin Yu and looked at him in horror. Hellfire! Lei Yao was the first to react and hid in the bathroom. Only a head popped out from behind the door and cried out in alarm at Lin Yu's palm. His face no longer had its usual dull expression. At this moment, it was filled with horror and astonishment. Fei Chonglin, who was a step behind him, stuck his head out from under Lei Yao. Only half of his face was exposed, which were the 2 eyes above his nose. Li Sheng and Feng Mingyu, on the other hand, had already scurried to the 2 opposite corners of Lin Yu's house. Lin Yu looked at them amusedly and said, "You don't have to be so nervous. The power of my fire isn't even 1% of our leaders. Moreover, my fire is only effective when it touches my body." As he spoke, he extinguished the fire again. Then, he released it and extinguished it again. Released it again, extinguished it again. He was having a lot of fun. The other 4 were speechless. It wasn't that they were too crazy, but this world looked exactly the same as the leader of the Netherworld King's base, the leader of the Netherworld Flame. Their base was very famous, and it was because of the strange fire ability of their leader. Really? Hey, stop playing with it. Can't you put it away first? Fei Chonglin asked him in disbelief. Lin Yu kept playing with it excitedly. As soon as they saw that fire, their hearts were filled with fear. Hurry up and put it away. Don't be so scary. Lin Yu could only clench his fist and put it down. He said, this is my special ability. You guys didn't guess wrong. This has the same effect as our leaders. However, my fire needs to touch an object. It will be effective. It won't be effective in the air. Because it won't emit the poisonous gas. Seeing him put away the flame, the others slowly and cautiously walked out. But they didn't dare to get too close to Lin Yu. They all stood at a distance of 1.5 meters. Feng Mingyu asked curiously, Brother Lin Yu, is this the ability that was awakened after you fainted? I didn't expect you to not become a zombie after being scratched by a zombie. Instead, it will be awakened. It's really magical. After he finished speaking, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Li Zhang and the others. They all looked at Lin Yu and nodded at the same time. They had never heard of a normal person who would be fine after being scratched or bitten by a zombie and still be able to awaken their ability. Because everyone would be infected by the virus and then slowly become zombies. The zombie virus after the end of the world was very scary. As long as it was infected, it was almost a dead end. They had never heard of the virus being able to awaken a person's ability from the major bases. Because the ability users in the current end of the world didn't awaken when the end of the world came. Instead, it was awakened by various other factors. But it was definitely not awakened by the zombie virus. It was already amazing that Lin Yu didn't become a zombie. They didn't expect him to be able to awaken his ability. It was simply too incredible. Li Zhang stared at Lin Yu and sized him up. He said with a puzzled face, how could this be? What exactly happened to your body? Lin Yu shook his head and said, I don't know. I became like this after I woke up. The others, they didn't know what to say about Lin Yu's luck. He actually encountered such a thing. He was already very lucky that he didn't become a zombie after being scratched by a zombie. He even awakened his body's self-healing ability. Was this rebirth from the dead? Just the self-healing ability of his body was enough to make others jealous and envious. Chapter 58. Feng Mingyu said excitedly, Brother Lin Yu, your skill is awesome. And your ability is awesome too. Speaking of Lin Yu's ability, everyone was curious. But I didn't expect you to awaken the poison fire ability. How's the effect now? Lin Yu was very direct. He stood up and looked around the room. Finally, he saw the trash in the trash can. He walked over and picked up the trash along with the bag, putting it in the open space in the room. Then, he flipped his palm, and the wisp of black flame was thrown to the top of the trash bag. In just an instant, the bag of trash quickly melted and disappeared into thin air without even emitting any smoke. Not even a speck of ash was left on the ground. However, that wisp of flame was still standing straight on the ground. Soon, the floor below it also caved in. Looking at the things touched by the flame, it seemed to be swallowed up. In fact, the melting speed was too fast. But this fire could even melt the cement tiles on the floor, which was a bit scary. Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hand, and the wisp of flame floated back into his palm. The others looked at the flame that flew back to Lin Yu's palm in surprise and then looked at the place on the ground where the flame stood. There was a small pit there. Feng Mingyu said, your fire is almost the same as our leader's mutant fire ability. The effect is almost the same. Lin Yu shook his head and said, it's still not the same. My fire has no smell, so the people around it won't be poisoned. It's still different from our leaders. Feng Mingyu said, but the appearance and the melting effect are the same. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That's true. Li Zhang calmed down and said in a deep voice, don't spread this out. Be careful with what you say in the future. Understand? The other three nodded in understanding. After all, this was too strange. If the people in the base knew about it, if it was spread to their leader, they might capture Lin Yu for various experiments. Being able to resist the zombie virus was a very big thing. Also, it could stimulate self-healing and awaken abilities. Just these 2 points alone, anyone with a bit of ambition would want to use this method. Lei Yao asked curiously, Lin Yu, you just said that when you fainted in the warehouse, you didn't see anything. Did something go in, but it didn't do anything to you? Lin Yu shook his head blankly. Something did come in, but as for what it did to me, I don't know. I was unconscious at the time. The others looked at each other and felt that it was a pity. If they knew what came in, they might be able to figure out what was going on with Lin Yu's body. But Lin Yu glanced at them with hesitation in his eyes. What's wrong? The others looked at him strangely. Lin Yu raised his hand and flipped open the clothes on his chest, revealing his chest muscles. Of course, the few of them had seen everyone's naked bodies and were even familiar with them. At this time, when he looked at Lin Yu's chest, he saw that there were 2 small holes on his usually smooth and firm muscles. What is this? Feng Mingyu asked. Everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on the 2 small holes in Lin Yu's chest. They look like teeth marks. They seem to be the teeth of an animal. Lei Yao said with a pensive look in his eyes. Lin Yu, were you molested by a beast? Li Zhang stared at him with a strange look in his eyes. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Can't you be more serious? The few of them had a bit of a smile in their eyes. Fei Chong asked Lin Yu, then what happened? Lin Yu also said with a puzzled face, when I woke up in the warehouse, I only found these teeth marks the next day. I don't even know when I got these teeth marks. If I have to say, it should be left by the thing that came in when I fainted in the warehouse. Lei Yao said with a buzzing voice, these 2 teeth marks are very deep. Even if you healed yourself, you still couldn't get rid of these 2 scars. Is the change in your body related to these teeth marks? Lin Yu nodded and said, that's what I think too. Otherwise, why would I have these teeth marks instead of turning into a zombie? And it doesn't look like it was bitten by a zombie. The few of them looked at it and nodded. Li Zhang said, it looks like it's true. Otherwise, there's no way to explain your current situation. But no matter what, you came back safely. That's enough. Don't say anything else. As he said that, he went forward and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Thinking of how they abandoned Lin Yu at that time, Li Zhang felt very guilty. Not only him, but the others also felt the same. As soon as Li Zhang said that, the other 3 became silent. Originally, they had been very upset about this matter for the past few days. But they still had a mission, so they could only suppress the sadness of losing a brother in their hearts. But now, the brother they thought they had lost was back in one piece. And it was even better than before. As soon as Lin Yu saw their darkened expressions, he laughed. That's right. Look at me, I'm lucky to be back. I don't need you guys to help me go back and take care of Yan Yan in the future. As he said that, he suddenly changed the topic and said, oh right, did you guys see Sea City's Purple Thunder leader? Their mission this time was to find one of the 3 leaders of the Sea City base. I heard that he was a very gentle leader with a good character. As soon as they heard that it was business, the expressions of the others changed. Li Zhang shook his head and said, I didn't see him. He led the team out of the base and hasn't returned yet. We didn't see him. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment and said, he left the base to search for supplies. Then we really came at the wrong time. So are we going to wait for him to return now? Li Zhang nodded and said, I asked. He's been out for almost a month and should be back soon. So we'll wait for him now. Lei Yao said, we still have some time. As long as leader sends the captain and his family out, we will be able to escape. As long as the leader sends the leader and his family out, she can move. As he said that, the expressions of the 5 people in the room turned gloomy. Their expressions were filled with coldness and hatred. Feng Mingyu said somewhat angrily, wait for the leader to send her family away. Then we can start to deal with those people. A bunch of ambitious scum. Do they think they can get rid of our leader and take the base for themselves? I think the leader will definitely destroy the base. Li Zhang said in agreement, that's indeed what the leader wants. Otherwise, why would he let the leader and his people leave quietly first? Fei Chonglin continued, and he told us to come to the Sea City base to discuss cooperation with their leader. Chapter 59. Yes, their task this time was to rush to Sea City ahead of time. In fact, they had been on the road for almost a month. If they hadn't encountered a group of ferocious bandits on the way, they would have arrived at Sea City base. If they hadn't robbed their car, they would have arrived at Sea City base. The bandits of the apocalypse were a group of lunatics who would go crazy as long as they had food. They would even eat people when they were hungry. So in order to complete their task, they did not fight with the other party. It was just that their car was robbed by the other party. But these 5 people did not know that their leader had died in battle not long ago. Although she had long been aware that those people would soon make a move, she did not expect that there was a traitor in her hands. Not only did he know her plan, he betrayed her and even helped to poison her. Although the leader of the Netherworld King's base had a powerful Netherworld fire ability, her body was not impervious to poison. The other party also knew her very well, so they started from her weakness. 5 level 7 adepts besieged her, who was also a level 7 adept at the same level. The result was that she died, but she also seriously injured several other experts. In the end, she dragged one of them down with her. Her brothers and sisters, although they had escaped. But at this time they were being chased. But now in the apocalypse where communication was blocked, Lin Yu and the others who did not receive the news did not know about this matter. They only knew that their leader had given them a task. They had to complete it now. While Lin Yu and the others were waiting for the return of the Purple Thunder leader of Sea City base, they also did not know. The person they were waiting for had already gone to chase a zombie that had kidnapped his daughter. It was only his deputy leader and the army that had returned. At a rest stop not far from the base, Xiao Yunlong was sitting on the only leather sofa in the room. There were 2 soldiers standing behind him and several soldiers standing around him. There were also 2 soldiers guarding outside the door. And 3 meters away from Xiao Yunlong, 3 people stood there with their hands tied behind their backs. 2 men and 1 woman, it was Lin Yong, Lu Hongshi and Liang Kaiyan. Xiao Yunlong's tall body leaned against the back of the sofa, one arm resting on the top of the sofa, at the same level as his shoulder. The other hand was playing with a pistol. You mean, that woman has now become a zombie? He looked at the gun in his hand and said. However, he did not look at the 3 of them. The 3 of them glanced at the soldiers who were pointing their rifles at them and did not dare to move. Lin Yong calmly said, yes, because we originally wanted her to take us to the Purple Thunder Chief's daughter. She's the only one who knows this place. We don't. That's why we're waiting for her to bring us to that place. Then, we'll be able to take back the Purple Thunder leader's daughter. I just didn't expect her to. Xiao Yunlong coldly interrupted him, return it to the leader. Would you be so kind? He laughed mockingly and said, of course you have to return it. Otherwise, even if you don't get killed by us, we'll kill you. He would also be killed by Yang Hao. In order to get rid of that senseless woman, he dared to borrow our family's Xiao Yueling. You even made her disappear. You have to explain this to our leader. The foreheads of Lin Yong and the other two were instantly beaded with sweat, bowing their heads and not daring to look at Xiao Yunlong's fierce eyes. Because Xiao Yunlong had seen through the truth of the matter, it was unnecessary for them to say anything now. Xiao Yunlong's face darkened, staring at the three people with burning eyes. So, what about now? You killed that woman, but you also made our Xiao Yueling disappear. Do you think your 3 lives are enough to compensate for our Xiao Yueling? Bang bang bang. Before he finished his words, the gun in his hand that was spinning randomly was instantly grasped tightly by him. Then 3 gunshots rang out. Without even a greeting, before the 3 people could react, 3 bullets were shot into their foreheads. A thumb-sized bloody hole was left on their foreheads, emitting a wisp of bright red. Puff puff puff, the 3 people's eyes widened, and fell to the ground with a blank look on their faces. Throw it out. Xiao Yunlong put away the gun, stood up and threw out a sentence, then lifted his long legs and walked out of the room. Yes. The several soldiers standing in the background immediately responded. Then they quickly began to lift the body. Xiao Yunlong went out and said to the adjutant next to him, "Pass the news to the leader, let him know that the woman is dead. Also, send someone to verify and see if they can see if the woman has turned into a zombie. Or if she has become a corpse that has been gnawed." The adjutant immediately nodded. "Yes, I will go now." Looking at the back of his men leaving, Xiao Yunlong wanted to laugh. However, he sighed and hoped that the little girl was fine. At this time, the corpse of Lu Tianyu, who was sent by Xiao Yunlong to verify the death, was looking for mice in the grass in the space. She was hungry, smelling Wu Yueling scent every day. The more she smelled, the hungrier she was. But she couldn't go out of the space to find food now, because the level 5 zombie was waiting outside. So she thought of the little rabbit in the space. But thinking about it, the rabbit seemed to be Xiao Budian's playmate. Would she be sad if she ate Xiao Budian? So Lin Chao had to give up the rabbit meat. But she suddenly remembered that when she threw the rabbit in. At that time, she also put a nest of little hairless mice in. She didn't know if those little things were dead or not, so many days had passed. Without the feeding of the female mouse, they must have died. But there was another faint voice in her heart telling her that they were not dead, not dead. So Lin Chao bent down and looked for those little things in the grass that was higher than an adult's knee. As a result, she really found that those little things were not dead. But she didn't know where they had gone. The nest where they were originally placed was empty. In this space, in addition to her, there were 2 zombies, Wu Yueling and Xie Dong, plus a child, and the other creature was the little rabbit. The rabbit didn't eat meat, so it could be the 3 of them. The little girl ate strawberries, so she certainly wouldn't eat raw mice. So if it wasn't her, then it must be Xie Dong. But after her observation, Xie Dong was only interested in human meat, but he despised other animals. When she gave him the little rabbit, Xie Dong didn't even look at it. So excluding all kinds of things, no one in this space would eat this nest of mice. Although she didn't know if there were any other species in her space, Lin Chao had lived here for so long. But she didn't see anything, unless there was something in the lake. After thinking about it, Lin Chao still felt that the little mice were still alive. So she went into the grass to look. In the end, after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find it. Even though her eyes, nose, and ears were better than a dog's, she still couldn't find it. Chapter 60. Xie Dong stayed in his own small space, trying to control his fire ability. After Wu Yueling took a shower, she didn't follow Lin Qiao anymore. She played with the rabbit on the bed that Lin Qiao prepared for her, and occasionally looked in Lin Qiao's direction. Lin Qiao searched a few times, but couldn't find the nest of mice, so she gave up. She couldn't find them. That was amazing. Did she go to heaven? She went to a flat piece of land by the lake and sat down, closing her eyes to sense the outside. She found that the 3 high-level zombies were still wandering on the road, not willing to leave. It seemed that this time it was determined not to leave. Lin Qiao couldn't help but have a headache. As a zombie, why do you hold a grudge? She had merely snatched one of its prey. It could just look for the next one. Did it have to chase her like this? Although the zombie leader's IQ had increased, his temper had also increased. No, she couldn't let this thing disturb her journey. It was too suffocating to keep hiding when she saw it. She should go out and fight. If she couldn't find it, she could still run. Her running speed was very fast. Although she couldn't jump on all fours like other high-level zombies because it was too ugly. She couldn't do that. But even if she ran on 2 legs, she would still be very fast. Moreover, Lin Qiao hadn't tested the limit of her running speed. As for the 2 level 3 zombies, Xie Dong might not be able to fight them with his bare hands. But to deal with zombies, using a gun was the most convenient. Although a gun was useless against high-level zombies, it was still useful against intelligent level 3 zombies. As long as her reaction was faster than them, she could grab the opportunity to shoot before they did. Then she could easily deal with them. With a plan in mind, she immediately stood up. She walked towards the dark door of the small space. Feeling her coming to the door, Xie Dong immediately stopped playing with the fire in his hand. He turned to look at her. Lin Qiao took a piece of paper and wrote something on it. She handed it to him. I'm going to fight the level 5 zombie, come with me. Staying in the space was not the way. Xie Dong nodded in agreement and immediately armed himself. Although his ability wasn't very useful now, he still had a gun. As a Special Forces soldier, he was fearless. In fact, in his heart, he was also waiting for Lin Qiao to let him go out to have some fun. To get some fresh air. Lin Qiao also wrote in his notebook, if you can't win, don't force yourself. And don't worry about me. If you get separated from me, go straight south. We'll run into each other. Xie Dong nodded his head in agreement. After all, with their current combat power, they might not even be able to defeat that level 5 zombie. However, they did not want to continue waiting, so they could only fight. Seeing that he was ready, Lin Qiao grabbed him. In a flash, the 2 of them disappeared from the small space. As soon as the 2 of them came out, they immediately struck first to gain the upper hand. Especially Lin Qiao, she had scanned the location of the 2 zombies before coming out. He also told Xie Dong the angle and distance of the location. So when the 2 of them came out, the bullets in their hands immediately shot at the foreheads of 2 level 3 zombies not far away. Dash, a figure flashed and appeared, followed by the sound of a machine gun. The reaction of the 3 zombies was that when the 2 of them flashed out, they were stunned for a moment. Even that 1 second of stun was enough for the 2 experienced Special Forces soldiers to hit the target. The quickest to react was the level 5 zombie leader. It roared fiercely. Then its body immediately rushed toward Lin Qiao. The 2 level 3 zombies' reaction was a bit slower. By the time they reacted, the bullets had already hit their heads. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, they neatly dealt with the 2 zombie subordinates. When the level 5 zombie rushed over, it even looked back at the 2 subordinates that had fallen on the ground. But it just glanced at them casually and did not care too much. Instead, it rushed toward Lin Qiao with a clear target. After shooting at the level 3 zombie, Lin Qiao immediately changed direction and shot at the level 5 zombie. But the speed of the opponent was too fast, the speed of her bullets could not keep up with the speed of the opponent's movement. Lin Qiao also knew this, because she could see the trajectory of the bullets. And in her eyes, the speed was not fast. Seeing that the level 5 zombie didn't care about the bullets and was rushing towards him, Zhang Heng was shocked. Lin Qiao immediately threw the gun and flicked the black hot nails on her hands. Just when the opponent fiercely flew toward her from above, Lin Qiao suddenly squatted her legs. Then, with a backflip, he dodged the claw of the other party. At the same time, when she somersaulted backward, she also waved one of her claws toward the opponent's chest. The two zombies separated after one hit. Lin Qiao somersaulted and rolled on the ground. After rolling, her body immediately turned back, vigilantly staring at the zombie leader that had rolled behind her. With this look, she saw that there were 3 or 4 very deep sword wounds on the opponent's chest. Lin Qiao's heart was surprised, staring at the zombie leader's wounds. The zombie leader was also stunned at this time. It curiously looked down at its chest, looking at its originally very hard flesh that even bullets could not penetrate. At this time, it was scratched by its own kind that was weaker than it. Looking at the thick, black blood flowing out from the 4 wounds of different sizes, Xiao Luo's eyes widened. The zombie leader did not feel pain, but it felt angry. It raised its head, staring with its eyebrows raised. Baring its teeth, it made a low and strange roar at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao heard its voice and understood its meaning. She could not help but want to laugh in her heart. She heard the zombie say, "You dare to scratch me? I will bite you to death." It was obviously a zombie leader, but it had such a childish thought. "So you want to bite me to death now, then what were you doing before?" Lin Qiao did not say anything, but her face was full of smiles. The ridicule in her eyes was the most obvious. And the opposite zombie was very smart, it also understood Lin Qiao's ridiculing eyes. It became even angrier, roaring loudly at Lin Qiao, "Oh whoa," then its body flashed, and it rushed toward Lin Qiao. At the same time, it wiped its chest with one hand, and the several wounds immediately stopped bleeding. There was also a thin layer of ice fog on the wounds. It also knew that it used its own ability to seal the wounds. Then with a strong killing intent, it rushed toward Lin Qiao very quickly. With a strong aura, there was a wave of ice blades. When Lin Qiao saw the ice blades condensed in the air, she secretly knew that it was not good. She secretly made a gesture to Xie Dong, who had been quietly watching on the other side, and then she turned around. She quickly jumped into the forest on the side. Chapter 61. This level 5 zombie was not only physically strong, but it also had a superpower attack. No wonder even a level 5 paranormal wasn't a match for it. It was because it wasn't afraid of fighting. If it wasn't for Lin Qiao's sharp nails, she probably wouldn't have been able to hurt it. Lin Qiao gestured to Xie Dong to retreat, then turned around and jumped away. As soon as she left her original position, a palm-wide ice blade pierced the ground with a burst of cold air. But it didn't melt immediately. If it was a level 5 paranormal's ice blade, it wouldn't be able to pierce the ground and would only shatter into pieces. But this level 5 zombie's ice blade pierced the ground. Although it wasn't very deep, it was enough to see its strength. So Lin Qiao decisively turned around and ran, leading it away. That way, Xie Dong could escape on his own, so that the zombie wouldn't lose its temper and take it out on Xie Dong. The zombie leader threw out an ice blade, but when it saw that it couldn't hit Lin Qiao, it immediately sped up and chased. Under the huge pressure, Lin Qiao didn't seem to panic. Instead, he calmly ran into the forest, but his speed had increased by a few notches. Although she was usually a bit unreliable when it came to real action, her mind was very clear and rational, and she wouldn't panic. This was also Lin Qiao's temperament and instinct from training in the army. The more dangerous it was, the calmer she became. Feeling that the zombie leader was chasing after her like a leopard, Lin Qiao specially ran through the areas with more obstacles. Places with many trees, tall grass, and towering rocks were all Lin Qiao's escape routes. Although Lin Qiao was running towards these difficult places, there were no obstacles under her feet at all. Instead, she was as relaxed as a mouse, running like a ghost. As for the zombie leader that caught up from behind, his line of sight was blocked by the surrounding trees and bushes. It limited its line of sight. Plus, it was angry, so no one focused on Lin Qiao's actions. As soon as the zombie leader entered the woods, it brought a gust of cold wind and ice thorns that ravaged the plants around it. Humans didn't dare to enter the woods, but zombies weren't afraid of the dangers in the woods, because it didn't affect them at all. The zombie leader's speed was very fast, but as soon as it entered the forest, it stopped moving. It was blocked by the surrounding vegetation, rocks, and other obstacles, so its speed immediately decreased by 30%. Sensing that Lin Qiao's aura seemed to be getting further and further away, it immediately became anxious. But it had its own way, and that was to leap upwards. He jumped onto a tall tree and stared in Lin Qiao's direction. Then, like a monkey, he leaped from one tree to the next. Lin Qiao sensed the zombie leader's aura and turned around to look at its movements. She realized that it knew how to climb trees, which put her in a bad situation. But she didn't stop and continued to run forward. But just as she was about to reach a rock, her body suddenly froze. He turned around abruptly and twisted his upper body. His body rolled to the side. A small rain of icicles fell from the sky, fiercely stabbing into the place where Lin Qiao had rolled away. The ice spikes were as thick as fingers, all pierced into the rocks and the ground. The ones that pierced into the rocks broke into pieces, and the ones that fell on the ground directly pierced into the ground. Lin Qiao quickly glanced at the ice spikes and continued to run away. If these ice spikes pierced into her body, although it wouldn't hurt, it would still pierce very deeply. She didn't want her body, which was already rotten to the core, to have another pile of small holes. How ugly would that be? And it wouldn't heal. It was already ugly enough. Even if it got uglier, it didn't seem like it would affect her. Anyway, with her current zombie appearance, it was impossible for her to find a husband to marry, right? Who would dare to marry her? Could it be that she had to find a zombie to be her husband? Forget it. Her taste wasn't that heavy. Lin Qiao could still think of the boring problem of marriage at this time. If the zombie behind her knew what she was thinking, it would definitely be furious. It would definitely be stomping its feet in anger. Just as she rolled to the side and stood up, she felt a piercing sound coming from above her head. Lin Qiao didn't even look and directly bent down to squat back to the ground. Just as she bent down, a figure pounced over her head. But the angle was off, and the claws didn't grab Lin Qiao's head. Instead, it grabbed empty air. Roar! Seeing that its attack missed again, the zombie leader rolled in the air before landing on the ground. It roared at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao stared at its chest and found that there were a few wounds that she had scratched on it. There was a layer of white ice that had frozen them. Fuck! It actually knew how to bandage its own wounds. The zombie leader saw that its roar didn't have any effect on the low-level zombie in front of it. This wasn't the first time, and this made the zombie leader very puzzled. Why could it control other low-level zombies, but this one always ignored it? In the zombie leader's senses, it had always felt that Lin Qiao's aura was only that of a level 3 zombie. She hadn't reached level 4 yet, so it could control other level 3 zombies, but not the one in front of it. This made the zombie leader's heart very annoyed. So it kept chasing Lin Qiao, wanting to use force to subdue Lin Qiao. But it didn't expect Lin Qiao to be so cunning and good at slipping away. In fact, it didn't care that Lin Qiao had snatched the food from its mouth. It kept chasing Lin Qiao, mainly because it felt that it must control this low-level zombie. Otherwise, it would feel that something was wrong. And now that Lin Qiao was being stared at, she was thinking about how to escape from this zombie's hands. She was really a level lower than it, because this thing could climb up trees and jump long distances on the trees. Lin Qiao felt that she couldn't, because her jumping ability wasn't as good as her running speed. So when she saw this thing jumping on the trees, Lin Qiao knew that she couldn't escape. Sure enough, a level 5 zombie leader wasn't easy to deal with. At this moment, the zombie leader on the opposite side suddenly flashed and rushed towards Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao had been staring at it, and seeing it suddenly rushing towards her, she immediately reacted in time. He immediately reacted and took a step back, crossing his arms in front of him to protect himself. Then, she felt a powerful blow on her arm, bringing with it a sharp aura. The zombie leader slapped her hand with its claw. After its claw hit her hand, Lin Qiao retreated with her leg and twisted her waist. Her upper body dodged to the side, and instantly diverted the zombie leader's attack to one side. At the same time, she lifted her leg. She kicked towards the zombie leader's abdomen. The zombie leader didn't care about her kick, so Lin Qiao kicked its abdomen. In the next second, its body was sent flying backward. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.